Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, but a thorn in the side of many other people. And with me today is a special guest. You know him, of course, Mr. Ty Beard.
Hey.
How's it going, man?
Going great. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm pretty good.
By special, I assume you mean the commonly understood definition and not the definition understood on your show, right?
I'll leave it up to them.
Right.
I'll leave it up to them.
Oh,
I don't know.
Oh boy.
You know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. That's all. That's all we're gonna. You know, I wasn't gonna address this, but you brought it up, so now you get to lie in that bed.
Yeah. Well, you're harsh but fair. I've always said.
Oh man, so what have you been up to? I haven't talked to you in forever, except for the other night in the middle of the night. You're like, "Yeah, give me a call. I'm driving to Dallas."
Yeah,
it's 4 a.m.
Well, I had to go to Arizona to take care of some urgent business. So.
Really?
Yeah.
What was the urgent business? I've got a mini me in the corner on your screen. It's creeping me out. I gotta get rid of that. But if I get rid of that, I'm going to have to.
It's not anything I do, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
I have to move you, though. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. I'm a professional.
Oh, boy.
That's good enough, I guess.
Very relieved. Yeah.
So why are you driving to Dallas at 4 a.m. like some sort of hoodlum?
On a Wednesday? Yeah. Well, I had to fly out of Dallas at 6 a.m. So that meant I had to leave Tyler at 3. It's a 2-hour drive, and you got to get there an hour early. And I went to see Dune preview.
I'm sorry, what was that? It sounded like what you said was I went because I had to close a very important business transaction on behalf of a client. Because I mean, that's about all I could think of that would make me drive hours and hours to an airport in the morning to get on a plane.
You know, you'd think that, wouldn't you?
What was the client again?
There was a special Dune preview.
A Dune preview.
Yeah, with my friend Zach from Frog God.
A preview. So like a 4-minute trailer.
Well, I mean, it was longer than 4 minutes.
There was a
misunderstanding. There was an assumption that it was actually going to be the new movie entirely. Not really helping myself, Emma.
How long was this longer than 4-minute trailer?
It's about 40 minutes. So,
well, that's better than I expected.
Yeah, well, they showed us the first 10 minutes of the movie, and then they had some people yapping, and then they had about 3 or 4 critical scenes from the movie. They took our phones away, which was interesting. And then, of course, they showed the new trailer that they released the very next morning. I guess they took our phones because they didn't want us putting it out on the internet 5 hours before they did or something. But
yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was a great experience. So I'd never been to, well, I take that back. I have been to Arizona one other time on a business deal, but that was many years ago. Never been to Arizona during the summer. And yeah.
How was that? Was it cold?
It was hot. It was like 114 degrees at 2:00 in the afternoon, and when someone from Texas says, "Man, this is hot," and they're talking about the temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a dry heat, I hear, which is lovely.
Yeah, so is a convection oven,
That's what I always say.
Yeah, like
ovens are dry heat too. They seem miserable.
Well, of course I was in Phoenix, and so Phoenix is a large city, and so there's all that concrete.
Yeah,
and it was hot. I mean, I walked out, out into the sunlight, and I'm like, holy crap. took the wind out of me, and I was like, man, and I came from East Texas, where it's, the difference here, of course, is we've had a fairly mild summer, but and of course, this would be the one day, right? Zach's kind of hassling, going, ah. I was like, yeah, well, we got like 95% humidity in Tyler, so
Yeah.
and I pulled up on my phone, and this is like the one day in like 10 years that the humidity was down to almost 50%, and I was like, I don't believe this. This is not fair.
Yep.
But
that's how it goes. But no, but see, Tyler pretends to be humid until you go to Houston, of course.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, nothing compares to Houston. Well, I don't know. New Orleans, South Louisiana,
Oh,
Baton
God.
Rouge, New Orleans was pretty brutal.
Yeah, South Louisiana has two types of humidity at the same time. It has the air humidity that other cities experience, and then it also has like the armpit stink humidity coming up out of the bog. And it's like that's the only place I know of where you can have like 130% humidity.
Stink humidity. I'm gonna have to remember to tell that to my family.
God, it's terrible.
No, it's all that stuff in the swamps decaying.
I know.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's all the ATF agents who showed up to take some Louisianans' guns.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's going to probably be the last part of the country that's pacified come the revolution.
That's one of the things I always like about H.P. Lovecraft is he always wrote about Louisiana as if it was like a foreign and magical land, because it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, when I run Call of Cthulhu role-playing game campaigns, I always set it in New Orleans. I mean, because why wouldn't you? You've got voodoo and you've got Cthulhu. What?
Yeah, they get to fight over horrifying. Horrifying titles.
Well, and New Orleans is you've got the above ground cemeteries, which offer endless opportunities for Gothic horror type stuff. And
right, can you imagine? Some people can imagine because it literally happened. But when you get massive flooding and like the coffins come out of the tombs and stuff.
That happened when I was a kid. We lived in Monroe, which is where the Duck Dynasty folks are.
Right.
And the cemeteries were they were nominally underground, but it flooded, and all of a sudden coffins started washing up in the river. I'm not sure what the heck happened there, but it was when you're 7 years old and you hear your family talk about coffins washing up in the river, it's like, whoa.
Yeah,
I don't know.
What movie is that, Mom?
Yeah, I don't know if the river diverted course or what, but it was the Washita River. This would have been 72, 73-ish, somewhere in that area. And the whole area flooded. I mean, I can remember walking. Our house was on a slight hill, and I remember walking out to the carport and the water starting at the carport, and you'd look out and there'd be boats, people in bass boats.
Yeah.
It was, yeah. I haven't been in a flood like that ever since then, but yeah, I do remember that.
The only flood I've been in was in Houston, because Houston floods every couple of years. Because the city was made to flood, though. It was like made to flood and drain out pretty quickly. But it does. I mean, when a heavy rain comes, it floods up.
Oh yeah, when you're driving down in those areas where the shipping channels are and stuff, and the highway is literally 6 inches above the water when it's not raining.
Yeah.
When it hasn't flooded or anything, it's like, holy moly! When it rains, I bet it yeah, it's.
But I was a little kid. I was in I think first grade, going to Inwood Forest Elementary, and there's a whole bunch of rain. It floods, and we're all stuck at the school. But we were fine. But my grandpa, he came to get me. My dad's dad, he came to get me, and so he shows up at the school. He's all wet, and he's like, "Come on, let's go." And so we start walking. And I'm like, "Where's your truck?" And he's like, "Oh, it's over past Randall's." Now Randall's and Inwood Forest, now it's a Foodorama, but at the time we're talking like this is a half mile to a mile away. So we're just walking, and then we get over by the Randalls, and that's where the bayou is. And so right there, he's like, all right, up on the shoulders. So he picks me up, puts me on his shoulders, and he's walking, and the water's like up, to his chest. And he's just walking across. It's like, but somebody had to come get me, because there it was chest high, but the other road down Antoine towards where my house was, because they lived one way and we lived the other way a little bit, but pretty close. But going to my house, it was like, above his head. So that was the way that he had to come get me, because otherwise I was going to be at the school till the water drained out, and my parents couldn't get there either. They were working.
You get
also flooded.
About, I guess it was 3 or 4 years ago, maybe. They had a book show here a book fair here in Tyler, and 2 authors that we became friends with, who write horror stuff. They came to the book show, and so hey, let's go to dinner.
Yeah.
And it came the worst flash flood I've ever seen in Tyler. Tyler's in a kind of hilly, it's East Texas hills.
Yeah.
And there were areas where the hills went down where the water levels were above the cars. And and of course they were saying to people, don't drive in this because you may drown. And it was pretty bad, actually. It's like, hi, welcome to Tyler.
Yeah, that's
I promise it doesn't flood here very often like that.
That's the thing with those East and I guess Southeast Texas floods. They're deep and furious, but they're fast. They go away pretty quick usually.
Yeah.
It's
weird. Got good drainage up here.
Yeah.
Water rolls off after a while pretty quick.
Oh my God. Well, okay, so I guess we should lay out kind of the show. This is kind of a chilled out Friday show. We don't have a big agenda. We don't have, a ton of like some pressing legal topic. I wanted to talk to you about a couple things going on. And we were gabbing a little right before the stream started about the women's soccer team. They're doing great. He-Man.
Irony is so ironic.
Yes. He-Man is a fun thing. Oh, and fresh off the heels. So you don't know what's going on with He-Man, and that's good. That's a good thing. But let's just put it this way: the critic reviews on Rotten Tomatoes have He-Man at 97%, and the user
3%.
I think it was plummeting. An article was written 7 hours ago where it was at 42%, and last I saw it was at 28%, and that was like 3 hours ago. So it's tumbling quickly. And then in the midst of this, Kevin Smith, he's the guy they tagged to do the He-Man show, he has announced that he's doing Clerks 3. Clerks was his first movie that launched him into prominence. So now he's doing Clerks 3, and it's a reimagined Clerks. Like, that's actually the headline. So in the midst of this, they have announced his movie that, like, no one does anybody want to see anything Kevin Smith does? The man, all I've ever seen him do lately is cry on camera, just crying like a baby.
And it's like, you kill all men just a little bit when you do that, Kevin.
He literally tries to kill the men in his show. I can only assume that's why he'll live through Clerks 3. He was just prepping himself by crying on screen all the time, so everybody thought he was a woman.
Well, you know what? If we don't push back and make and relentlessly ridicule those people in those shows, we're going to keep getting more of that crap.
Yeah. Well, the people are ripping He-Man apart on Rotten Tomatoes, and of course,
it's basically She-Man, right?
Spoiler alert, none of you want to watch it. He-Man gets killed twice in the first 5 episodes. He's dies in the first one, and he dies harder in the 5th one, and then it becomes the Tila show. And Kevin Smith swore that this was a He-Man story, not someone else. This is what people are really mad about, because when they first, the original show was He-Man and Masters of the Universe.
Uh-huh.
Kevin Smith's reboot or continuation, he calls it, is just called Masters of the Universe. So everybody's like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
You're taking out He-Man. He's like, no. This is a He-Man story. This is He-Man's story. Blah, 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 blah. No, I'm not doing. And then, of course, that's exactly what he did. Of course, because of course it's what he did.
Is Skeletor still there?
I don't know. Apparently, he's barely in it.
Somebody in the stream said the He-Man remake is somehow gayer than the original. Okay, right? That's harsh but fair.
That's hard to imagine.
Yeah.
They don't even let the gay men have stuff anymore.
He-Man was very flamboyant for the 80s. It was definitely an 80s show.
All I got to say is to all the gay men out there, welcome to being a hetero man. They've been taking our stuff. Look, they took the iconic gay muscle-bound character of the 80s and they turned it into a lesbian. So now you get the lesbian.
Yeah, how you like them apples?
Well, they're not apples anymore. They're eggplants, or I don't know what's the lesbianist fruit.
I don't know. Is there a lesbian American fruit? You know,
I didn't say anything about American.
Well, I just felt we'd go ahead and hyphenate it.
I did. Someone said spoilers. I told you the spoiler. The spoiler
yeah, we said
is
spoilers.
You don't want to watch it.
But it's spoilers of a show that obviously sucks. Why do you care?
Yeah, no, I don't think they do.
I don't think they do either. Yeah, I keep obviously. Somebody in the stream helped us out on the fruit debate.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of them. That's great.
Oh yeah. Kumquat. Yeah,
and he cries.
Stream actually is as entertaining to me as I think we are to them.
Does He-Man cry in the show? If He-Man cries, I might have to drive out to whatever hell Kevin Smith lives in and punch him right in his vagina.
Well, that's who watches this crap? That's what I want to know. I mean.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well,
I mean, a lot of people wanted to watch a new He-Man show there.
Of course, it's one of those iconic shows. If you were a kid in the 80s, I was a little older. But I mean, I saw He-Man because,
your glasses were born in the 80s.
They were. They were in their adolescence in the 80s.
No, but
hey man, Rayovac batteries last forever. I'm just telling you, those are quality batteries.
The way the show is billed though is that it's made for adults who watched the show in the 80s. So it's not like he's doing a new, because like some of these things, it's like, oh, they're doing the show, but it's for kids again, right? And so then adults watch it and they're like, I don't know, it's hard to watch a kid show as an adult, and kid shows are weird now and all that stuff. But no, this is supposed to be an animated show for adults who are fans of He-Man. And
kind of like Land of the Lost could have been before Will Ferrell just, doused it in gasoline. And
look, you can't trust Will Ferrell with anything.
No,
sometimes he comes through as funny, but you can't entrust something sacred to him. You just can't do that.
No. And I think it's probably the same sort of thing, right? If you're going to, my opinion, if you're going to make something for nostalgic reasons particularly an adult audience, you've got to respect the original material or we're going to hate it. I mean, it's just, that's the
other answer is just don't. Like, no one told you to make He-Man. He-Man was fine not being remade.
That's
people are
the thing
excited.
That chaps me.
Yeah.
What chaps me about this is, look, if you want to have the Tila show, then make it the Tila show. If you just want to have a show about a generic female sorceress fighting some horror, make a show. It's, interesting enough, I was having a similar conversation today with my daughters about this. You didn't ask the obvious question, how does the movie look? Dune, I mean.
Right.
Because
I
know you secretly,
we got off on a tangent.
Secretly love Dune.
Look, I want to love Dune.
Dune wants to love you.
Because I haven't felt like that left out kid on the playground for a very long time in my life. Except when you and Keon were on the show and you're like, oh, the Besset Generit or whatever. And I'm like, I wish I understood what a
I had
milk knife
forgotten
even
about
was.
that.
Yeah, you guys
That's
are going
right.
for
He's a Dune guy too. Yeah.
for like 45 minutes. You're like, oh, Dune is so great. And I'm like, I read like the first couple pages.
I played in the band. I'm sorry, Nick. I didn't know that we left you out.
Yeah,
I mean,
so I'm trying.
anything if we
I'm
had,
trying.
but-
It's like the kid who's like the little midget kid or whatever. And he's like, I wish I could play basketball. That was me. That was
Well,
me. So I'm trying. I'm looking at it right now.
that
I've
fine-
got the Dune Collector's Edition book.
But you just can't get into it, can you?
I can't.
Look, you have to push through. You've just got to push through that. It took me 3 times. I remember. I don't know if I told the
They
story.
say the same thing to women in labor.
Well,
You just have
the
to push
analogy is
through.
not entirely inapt. No, what happened was I was in the 70s and late 70s, early 80s, the sci-fi magazine. You know, this is before the interwebs and all that kind of stuff. So anything you read about science fiction or learn about science fiction, you got it in the magazines. Well, the magazine was Starlog magazine. I think they may still be around. And Starlog ran just a 1-page little blurb about this novel Dune that was going to be made into a movie, and when it wasn't the David Lynch thing. This was like, oh god, 4 or 5 years before the Lynch movie, and it was this crazy Mexican director named Jodorowsky, and he was going to do the most bizarre, weird Dune thing you've ever seen. But anyway, I'm reading this description, and it's like, ooh, that sounds cool. Desert planet, still suits. Ooh, and my high school, Robert E. Lee High School in Tyler, Texas, must have had a librarian at some point that was a real sci-fi fan, because our fiction section had an unlikely proportion of classic science fiction. I mean, we had the Lord of the Rings series, at the Hobbit. So I thought, well, I'll go look in the library. What the heck? Walk in there, and there it is. It's in our high school library. Holy crap! So I checked it out.
Yeah,
and I got to reading, and I mean, so took it back, checked it out again. This time I'm really going to do it. And so finally, about 3 months after that, it was a pretty big gap. I don't know what triggered me, but I said, dang it, I'm going to do it this time. So I checked it out again, and I powered through it. And somewhere, I don't know, 100 pages in, 60 pages, there was a point at which all of a sudden I went, holy crap, this is really cool. But that first 50 pages, a lot of it's, it's all exposition, and the novel is so dense that he pretty much has to do that. I mean, imagine if you distilled the content of Lord of the Rings into a book a third that size. That's what Dune is, that concentrated.
It's called The Hobbit. I mean,
literally. No, yeah, but I mean, it really, there was just a point. There was an inflection point somewhere in the first, I don't know, 100 pages or so, when they actually. So the novel starts out on the planet where the Duke and his family are on their planet, and then he becomes. It's a far future feudalistic society, and the Duke takes over Arrakis, Dune, the desert planet, where the spy. Well, so it takes them about 50 or 60 pages to get to Dune, right? And so you've got all that exposition. You've got scenes that appear to be completely meaningless. They're not, but the payoff doesn't happen until, like, I don't know, 500 pages down the road. So it's a it is a slog. Now, the interesting thing about this movie is, there are Dune fans that will disagree with me about this, but in my opinion, both previous attempts to make a Dune movie have sucked. Now, Lynch's sets and actors and stuff, and for the most part, costumes looked almost exactly like what I imagined they would look in the book. He just added a bunch of crap, a bunch of just unnecessary changes. And it's like, you're changing an acknowledged classic, and you're just putting weird, gross shit in there for no good reason.
Right.
I find that annoying. The miniseries was just lame. I mean, there's really no other way to say
it. Look,
it.
Miniseries is before about 20 10 were lame.
Yeah, yeah,
Like they were all bad. I
yeah.
remember the
Cheesy CGI, cheesy sets, just
The Shining. They redid The Shining because The Shining's nothing like Stephen King's book.
no.
And then King's like, oh, we're gonna make the actual Shining as a mini series. It'll be faithful to the book, and everybody's like, thanks, I hate this. This is
Yeah.
god awful.
Which
Yeah.
I never saw that miniseries because I heard bad things about it. But the book is really good, so I don't know why
Yeah,
I mean,
like, okay, you think if you put Stephen King in charge of a movie that he'll be faithful to his own book?
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I think I told you that my attempt to watch the new Stand miniseries ended when I realized that I had Stockholm syndrome. That it was just that bad, and I was just, pushing through.
Yeah.
I got to that episode 6. I'm like, okay, I'm done. But anyway, so the Dune movie that's coming out this time, I think, is going to be a very good science fiction movie. Whether it's a good Dune movie, I don't know. One of the things that I noticed, like I said, they showed us the first 10 minutes of the movie, and then they showed several really key scenes. And I noticed what initially I thought were gratuitous changes, and it pissed me off. But Zach made the point. He said, well, now, wait a minute. This is a movie. So to get the information to the audience in a way that's interesting, maybe that's the answer. And I thought about that. I said, that's a very good point. For example, there's just how the spice harvesters work and the carryalls and how all that technology works is explained to the reader in Dune in a staff meeting of the Duke and his military staff.
Sure.
Well, a staff meeting in a movie would not only be excruciatingly dull, but would take up a lot of time.
Yeah.
So they altered a scene in a way to communicate the information that otherwise would have taken a long, boring segment. So so when I watch the whole movie, I'm going to try to bear that in mind when I see a scene that's been changed. The question I'm going to ask myself is, wait a minute, did they change it just to change it, or did they change it because they're basically communicating information that otherwise in the novel was done in a way that would be very boring in a movie?
Yeah, and I think that's what Harrison Ford tells everybody when they say, "Hey, Ender's Game was shit."
Yeah, but he's lying because Ender's Game wasn't that complicated of a story. It's great.
I would suggest that it was. It's
a good story. I mean, no. I mean, I loved it. I loved it. But
because that's the thing, though, that they left out all of the Earth politics from Ender's Game, which that fills out the rest of the story. Because what they did was they basically did the Battle School book and then just tacked on the ending rather than doing Ender's Game. But Peter and Valentine and their story and what's going on with Ender's parents and the turmoil back home, which that adds so much more important context to what's going on up at Battle School is the fact that they basically, you have to have this war against the aliens, because once you don't have it, Earth is screwed, and it's going to screw itself. So all that stuff they had to just kind of leave out because I
didn't see the movie. I mean, I was just bouncing off. Yeah,
it's so weak.
Yeah. In the old days, it would have gone straight to video. Now it just, I don't know, go straight to streaming. Who knows? Well,
it should go straight to hell.
I'll say this.
Kevin
I was extremely negative about this Dune movie because I also thought that the actor who plays Paul Atreides, he's just an effete-looking soy boy. I'm sorry, that was my reaction to him. Well, watching him on the show, on the movie, he looks good. And as Zach again pointed out to me, he said, in Dune, the novel, Paul Atreides is only 15 years old, and the characters remark on the fact that he's still kind of scrawny.
Sure.
So I said, okay, and yeah, the actor had some real, I thought, presence. One of the scenes that it's in I think it's in the preview that they launched. I don't think I'm spoiling anything, but Josh Brolin plays Gurney Halleck, which Gurney is one of the warriors that trained the protagonist and all this kind of stuff.
I'll never have to read Dune. This is great.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, probably not. But Gurney is another one of those scenes, right, where I went, why did they put this in here? So they're receiving the herald from the emperor, who's telling them, okay, you are now being given the planet Arrakis. Well, in the
Mhm.
novel, none of that happened, right?
Yeah.
But again, back to Zach's point, okay, that scene communicated a whole lot of information that would have taken a lot longer if you had been, quote, faithful to the novel. And it would have been boring to boot. But there's a scene where the Duke is sitting there and he says, smile, Gurney. And Brola's got the side, goes, I am smiling. Well, his demeanor and his voice, everything told us what it took probably 5 paragraphs in the novel of exposition to explain just that one little thing. So my whole point is I'm willing to be optimistic that the director actually is going to make a pretty faithful film. It's just it's I don't mind changes that are necessary because it's a movie with transition, like
Yeah.
Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. I love that. I thought that was incredible. I mean, you know, a scene by scene recreation of the Lord of the Rings novels would have been, I don't know, 30 hours long, and I would have sawed my leg off by about the 17th song
Yeah,
or
and
poem.
the second book, everybody would be in a vat of acid trying to kill themselves.
Yeah, yeah. It
Because
just it
the
it
second
just
book
doesn't.
is such a slog.
Yeah, well, it just doesn't translate, and so imagine trying to slog through it if it's a movie. I
Yeah.
mean, you'd literally have hours of people standing around talking.
Right.
And so anyway, my daughters were they tried to convince me that Timothy Chalamet was a good actor, but as I said, it's kind of. I mean, Kyle MacLachlan in the Lynch film was exactly what you know I think most people imagined the Paul Atreides to be. But in the book, the book covers a 10-year span. So my guess is the movie's going to cover, I think, the first third. So Dune is divided into 3 books internally, and so I think the movie's going to cover the first of those. I'll bet you anything if this movie does well and they do the second and third books, they'll get him into a gym, and
Does
they'll.
the main character even show up in the first book? Because, like, I read a decent grip into Dune, and he's not in it at all. Like Paul Atreides.
Yeah, he's yeah you yeah he is probably, Nick. All kidding aside, there's just so much crap they throw at you. I mean,
Yeah, and
the book
again,
has a glossary.
I'm
Okay,
sitting there trying to read it while I'm reading Warhammer, and it's
there
just
was probably some cross pollination
yeah. Look,
because
I know I
you know
can do it. Now the problem is
you can do it.
I don't have the time anymore. Like I haven't read any books in a long time. And the when I, you know, um I
Well,
have
I mean,
read Atlas
obviously, if
Shrugged.
Keon and I both like it, it must be incredibly, insanely awful, right? I mean,
Well, yeah, that's true.
you know,
But
yeah,
I've pushed through the first 200 pages of Atlas Shrugged, which is like getting flayed alive.
that's
Um I've read
yeah. I
Atlas
mean,
Shrugged 2 or 3 times,
you
and
should be able. Well, and actually, that may not be the worst analogy because Dune is kind of like that. You, if you like it, and I'm sure I'm pretty confident you will if you can get through it. You'll reread it, and about most rereads, I mean, I've read it so many times that I don't think I find anything particularly new now. But it was one of those novels where the second time I read it, I said, "Oh crap, I missed all this. I missed all this." I mean, just and the third time I was, "Wow, it's just an incredibly multi-layered, deep thing." And it's an absolute tour de force on world building. Um, Middle Earth, that Tolkien's creation was very impressive, but at the end of the day, it's highly derivative of actual history. I mean, Tolkien set out to basically do what Virgil did. He was creating the cultural myth for the British people, right? That was Lord of the Rings. So the dwarves were the German dwarves from the Ring of the Nibelung. I mean, everything. Dune is completely spun out of whole cloth, and the world building is even more intricate than Lord of the Rings, in my opinion. And I mean, this guy just came up with all this stuff. It's like, wow. And it's all internally very logical, very consistent. Just, it's an amazing.
Turns out it's just a story of Malaysia. It's just no one ever cared to check.
Actually, what it is, is I think he went to the movies and saw Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, you were saying that last time.
And he went, this could be good. There are way too many parallels to the movie and the Dune novel.
I have to address something in the chat real quick, and we have to do super chats in a minute, but Eldon Baneling says, wait a minute, you recommend Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead to people, but you hate half the book. Eldon Baneling, I said you have to push through the first 200 pages. That is not half of Atlas Shrugged. That's not even close to half of Atlas Shrugged.
I can't actually remember much about. I read it, but I can't.
Yeah, and now, like, I don't think I could read it again. One, not even the time thing, but it's just I'm a different. I think differently. Plus, I've read it enough that I know the guts of the story and the important parts to pull out of it. But I do think it's a worthy read, especially if people just want an idea of what self-actualization is. That and Fountainhead, that's what they're all about.
Lemon Party says that Atlas Shrugged audiobooks is 56 hours. I believe that.
It is.
I was going to check real quick and see what the Dune audio
John Galt
is.
has a 63-page monologue in it. It's 63 pages.
Well, if you can tough that out, Dune's not going to be much of it. So it looks to me like Dune is the audiobook Dune is about 20 hours and some change, 21 hours.
Yeah. The chat just said that.
Thanks, Chad.
Wait, I've got a book though. I'm going to read you from right now.
Oh God. Okay?
It's a book of poetry by our president, Donald Trump.
You could do it in Trump's voice.
The beautiful poetry of Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
This poem is entitled, "We've Got to Stop the Stupid." You know what uranium is, right? It's a thing called nuclear weapons and other things, like lots of things that are done with uranium, including some bad things. I have to explain to these people. They don't understand basic physics, basic mathematics, whatever you want to call it. I mean, they're like stupid. That's the poem.
And I find it completely plausible.
Every line is cited to when he said them. These are all direct quotes. Yes. Every single poem. That's what this is.
Not to go off on a politics tangent, but what are the odds that the Democrats attempt to impeach him again before the 2022 election?
Oh, I think if he
80%.
It would be.
I think that's what this commission is for. I think they're just going to discover new fabricated evidence and try it one more time.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to. I think what they're going to do is gauge his likelihood of running, and if it looks like, and maybe this would be the brilliant move of Trump, if he can play a head fake into them thinking he's definitely going to run, and then they start this stuff, and he says, "I'm not running for president. I think you should vote for whatchamacallit, Rick Santorum, not Santorum. What's his face? Ron DeSantis. I think you should vote for him. Who cares what they do to me? That would be the move if they just expend all of this energy and capital going after him, and then turns out he's going to go for a DeSantis endorsement.
Yeah. He has been a little bit coy about whether, he's implying that, look, he's going to run. Come on. Assuming he's not assassinated. And I don't actually say that. I think there's a non-trivial chance that at least an attempt is going to get made.
Did you see one of his associates, not Weisselmanberg, whatever his name is, not that guy, but the other guy who is charged with some foreign money stuff. He posted bail today with a $5 million bond securing a $250 million bail.
That's insane.
Yes. For financial crimes.
It's a political, it's obviously a political hit.
Yeah.
And
$250 million. People who murder entire towns don't get a $250
no,
million
that's
bail.
ridiculous. That's literally, I mean, the state of New York has decided to go out to just make this a political prosecution. But the thing is, he should have, that's I have to do something about that. I hope maybe the Supreme Court might get involved at some point, but they haven't exactly impressed me with their courage, let's say. But in any event, but I've been meaning to ask you that because I said to myself, "Holy crap, they're going to try to impeach him again because they're that terrified of him running again. They already know they're going to get slaughtered next year. They are all but admitting it. And oh my God, the most tragic politicians in America right now are these rural Democrats who are reduced to running ads where they don't even mention their political party.
Yeah, they have no, they can't. They can't do it because their political party has gone insane to their constituents.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. If you live in rural America and you vote Democrat, you're basically suffering from battered wife syndrome. I mean,
Yeah, that's why Manchin's going so hard in the paint. He knows, he's like, I'm in West Virginia. The only reason he's still in office is because he's Joe Manchin. They like him, and he has given them the trust that he's not
and
crazy.
He very nearly got beat this time around too.
Yeah,
that's never happened to him before either.
He's hanging on desperately.
That's going to be interesting to see how that play out, because the far left of the party is too stupid to understand they don't actually have much leverage over it. About all they can do is piss him off. They can't twist his arm and make him do anything.
Yep.
And and Lord knows they do overplay their hand. So I didn't want to get off on politics too much, but I did want to ask you that question because that hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, holy crap, that's what this whole commission thing is.
Yeah,
they're going to discover new evidence supposedly, and they're going to try to do it again. And this time around, I don't think McConnell's even going to. Well, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting if. See, I kind of hope they do it, because those rhinos are too stupid to not take the bait yet again.
Oh yeah.
And anything that reminds Republican voters that rhinos should be neutralized. That's the word I choose to use. It is good, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. Anyway, so back to the nerd stuff. So yeah.
Oh wait, no. But let me do. I'm way behind on
chats.
some early chats that I want to get to, and then I've got to talk to you a little bit about this case in Texas that I've been talking about.
Oh yeah.
And I gotta get an opinion on a cease and desist sent from a Texas lawyer. Not to me though. They cease and desisted people who are associated with me, but for some reason they didn't send one to me.
Isn't that interesting?
Okay, so Andrew War Snowboard says, have you heard about the new NFL COVID policy? If an unvaccinated player tests positive for the COOF and the game can't be rescheduled within the week, the infected player's team will forfeit and no one gets paid. Is this illegal?
It might violate the collective bargaining agreement.
That'd be the question.
That's going to be where that's going to come down. I can't imagine the NFL Players Association, backing it, but you never know, right? I mean, we're in this left.
Be if the Players Association has imposed upon the players a duty to get vaccinated.
Yeah, I don't know. The Players Association has generally speaking tried to be a strong advocate for the players. Sometimes unreasonably so, sometimes reasonably. But the other part of this is, of course, beyond stupid, right? All that's going to happen is the people that get COVID are going to say they were vaccinated. And how are you going to prove them wrong?
Yeah, they may actually have access to their medical records because they have trainers on staff and all of that. That'd be
but I went down to CVS and got the vaccine. I mean, point being is you may not be able to actually determine whether someone has been vaccinated, right? Yeah. And of course, what happens if someone who did get vaccinated, in fact, does get the COVID? That's the problem. And of course, these morons are basically arguing for people not to get vaccinated. It's like, you know,
Yeah. Well, and let me say for
yeah,
the purposes of YouTube, we are not making
yeah.
any statements about the propriety of vaccines. All of
I
those
have been
decisions,
vaccinated, so I'm certainly not taking a
yep,
position that you shouldn't get it.
all of those decisions should be made in conjunction with your
Right.
healthcare professional and taking the serious consideration of the advice of the experts. Go do that. Don't come to a law joke show for
Medical advice.
vaccine
Yeah,
advice.
yeah.
Do you
We're not your doctors.
do you have the ability to pan your camera downward just like a couple degrees?
Yes, I do.
If you can do
Theoretically.
that without it bouncing back, that'd be great. Oh, that's beautiful. That's it.
Man,
Right
I
there.
really am. I get lost in my eyes.
Yeah. That's okay.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway, sorry.
Awkward, but that's fine.
That would be awkward.
Uh,
um, yeah.
okay.
Well, what I was saying was,
Yeah.
by opening the door for people to claim they were vaccinated and yet got COVID anyway, the NFL is weakening the argument for people to get vaccinated. That's the double think that's going on here, right?
Right.
Is, on the one hand, they're saying you have to get vaccinated because it's the right thing to do, but let's keep all the mask mandates in place. It's like, make up your mind. Oh, I have a mask update.
You have a mask update.
Yeah, I'm going to get you demonetized one way or another in this.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, because I know you were. No,
A true friend.
yeah, I'm there for you, Nick. No, well, I think I told I get a certain amount of anxiety when I put a mask on. It goes beyond just them being uncomfortable. I have a visceral I feel like I'm being suffocated, and it's just it's not crippling or anything, but it's unpleasant. And and I've actually canceled trips because I wasn't willing to sit on a plane for 4 hours masked.
Right. Yeah.
Well, of course, I had this trip to Arizona I had to do, and I've got another trip, next month that you're
Just
aware
to
of.
all of Ty's clients out there whom he canceled trips because he was unable to sit on a plane for multiple hours with a mask on, just remember that if you were showing a pre-screening of a tiny portion of an upcoming Dune movie, he would have done it.
Okay. I deserve that. I deserve that. Anyway, I found a gadget that I bought. It's and I don't know the name of it. Sometime I'll zip over to Amazon during the show. Anyway, but it's a little bitty fan unit that's got a hose that plugs into the mask. You cut a little hole in the mask, and there's a grommet that you stick through and all this. And the fan's got an N95 caliber filter in it.
Okay.
It's like a little mini CPAP unit,
like an air conditioner for your mouth.
It blows fresh air into the mask, and it's got 3 settings, and the lowest setting, the thing will last like 11 hours before you have to recharge it. Anyway, it was amazing. If you have mask anxiety real bad, and you're going to be facing, going anywhere with a mask, search for ventilated masks on Amazon, and they got a bunch of them. The one I got was $40. A little pricey, but I can't overstate just how much more pleasant it made it, because it was miserable otherwise.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the plain mask thing. Because I sleep on planes. The white noise, I'm usually asleep by the time the wheels leave the ground.
Yeah. Well, and
I can't stay awake. I try.
Well, I slept on the plane both ways, because I was up, like you said, at 3 a.m. But it was, the tubes don't go in your mouth or anything like that, guys. It literally, the mask fits over your face, and there's a small hole. It comes with 2 N95 masks that are already set. They already got the holes in them, and then they've got 10 stick-on dots. You put them on a mask and cut that little hole, and you push a plastic grommet through and put the hose on it, so the hose isn't actually through the mask. But like I said, if you find masks to be really seriously uncomfortable, and you can spare the $40, I recommend it very highly. One thing I would do is run the thing for about an hour to get the new plastic smell out of it, kind of thing. But yeah, I was really shocked. I was really shocked at how good that worked. Anyway, sorry.
I like Sovereign Mind says, can you add a THC vape cartridge to the mask?
Probably.
You're just toasted
Well,
the
let me
whole
tell
time.
you. Let me tell you what I did. I wore a normal mask to get through the TSA, line, and the plane, and both coming and going, the planes boarded very quickly afterwards. So I wore that mask, and then when I got on the plane, that's when I switched over to the, to the mask, the hose, and everything, because it'd be just like these TSA idiots to go, you can't have that. It's gotta, So so if you get it, be kind of smart, But yeah, but I had an epiphany. I was sitting in the Phoenix airport, went through the Kabuki theater with the TSA again, watching all these people with masks, and I didn't have the ventilator on at that point, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. The Democrats are trying to make flying suck as much as possible to satisfy their Gaia worshiping neo-pagan environmentalist wackos in their party. I think they basically just want air travel to suck so bad that people will not do it anymore. Because Lord knows, if that really was your objective, what would you do differently than what they've already done?
Well, what they're trying to do all around, in all sectors, is keep government in charge as much as possible. It's a conditioning plan, and that's
why mask is a sign of submission.
Well, is what it is. It's the eviction moratorium that they're fighting for no reason. It's it's the Delta variant. Oh, it's the worst. It's the most infectious thing. Literally, they're saying the Delta variant's the most infectious respiratory disease ever, which they were saying about just regular variant COVID before. Now we got a new one that's worse. And then I'm sure there's another variant on the way afterwards, because they want to keep these plans going, because they're not working great for the economy. They're not working great for the job market. I mean, the job finding market is great, but the job filling market is bad. But they are working great for the government, keeping people on programs, justifying extensions to unemployment, justifying extensions to government rental assistant programs. Now we've got the government putting money in your pocket every month if you have children. They even told me, that I'm going to qualify for what amounts to like $1,000 a month of child income tax credit. I'm like, there's no way. I haven't qualified for this in 2 years. Why are you going to start sending me this money? I'm going to have to pay it back. I definitely don't want them to send it to me, but that's what they're doing. And so and I got the stupid letter from Biden. It says, oh, the great news is you normally would have to wait till tax day for your child earned income credit, but now we're going to give it to you all throughout the year. And I'm like, no, please don't.
So, here's, and this is just, take it for what it's worth. Rule of thumb for several decades has been, don't take the earned income tax credit unless you want to get audited, because it seemed to the practitioners that I was involved with here in East Texas, at least, that a disproportionate number of people who claim that credit got audited. Now, if that was representative of the nation as a whole, it'll be interesting to see if the IRS continues that policy. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a mess. But a very big chat just came in. So okay. I want to address that right away. It's from Chrsitine Hantzopulos. It says, hi, Nick. Hi, Ty. Could you please suggest a very good expensive scotch for someone's 70th birthday? By the way, my mother made me take a COVID test after Anime Matsuri because I went maskless the whole time. It was negative. Thank God my vaccine is working. Oh, yes. And Christine, it was such a fun thing getting to meet you and hang out with you at Matsuri. And on the last day, getting to share a drink with you was a real pleasure. So
yeah, I'm sorry I had to miss Anime Matsuri. I had to work.
I should have told you there was a Dune exhibit there. Then you wouldn't have had to work.
Nick, why do you wound me? What have I done to make you treat me so disrespectfully?
NF Cap says you can opt out of the monthly child money program.
You didn't actually make the Scotch recommendation, did you?
I'm about to.
Okay.
But I know I can opt out, but I shouldn't have to because I don't qualify. But they just told me that I'm going to, which means now I have to go out and do it. Otherwise, they're going to send me money that I'm then going to have to pay back even more next tax day. And my point isn't that they're doing it. My point is that they're doing a whole bunch of things. They're justifying it all through COVID that all are government dependency programs. And as you can see with the expansion of welfare and the destruction of low-income families, that's how they do it. They get people hooked on the program by extending the amount of time. You know, unemployment used to be what, like a couple months? And now it's a year. It's been a year for a while, ever since
we had a
job
tremendous
collapse.
expansion of it with COVID.
We had a tremendous expansion of it before COVID back in 2008 when the housing market collapsed and the market crashed.
Yep.
Then
but I thought that I'm not up to that.
They went to 2 years at that point, and then they reduced it back to a year. And it's been a year for a while, but now they have the year plus you get like these extra payments and stuff like that. And the whole point in all of this has been expand the government influence, get people hooked on living the life where they're not working, because it's
I got to admit, I have a certain amount of skepticism about the whole pay people not to work thing. I don't think it's going to be as good for the economy as Democrats seem to think. But, back to Thomas Sowell, right? If you pay attention to the incentives and what they're actually trying to do, it makes perfect sense. They're trying to get reelected. That's their number one policy. And they believe that by bribing the voters with our own money, that this will work for them. And it might. I don't know. I mean, I hope not. But
all right, we got to hit that Scotch recommendation before I forget. Okay, so a really expensive Scotch recommendation. Look, I don't know what kind of whiskey or what kind of Scotch taste the person has, but I know what you can't go wrong with. It's the most expensive Macallan you can buy, is a great Scotch gift for any person. Macallan is a very neutral Scotch. It's got a great name to it. They put out a very, very good product, and it's a great, and you can find it everywhere. And you can find expensive Macallans just about anywhere you want. You get, you can get 30 to 40 year Macallans at like small town liquor stores even, and they'll cost a whole lot of money. So that's a very, very safe bet. If you don't want the safer bet, and you're looking for a Scotch, I would recommend trying to find if you can find a 25-year Dalwhinnie, it's going to run about $500. That's a fantastic Scotch. That's a wonderful one. We had a little lag spike for a second, but I think it's back now. The other thing you can buy that is a safe buy is the most expensive Highland Park that you can find. Again, if you're looking specifically for a high dollar Scotch that's very, very good, Highland Park, you can get a 25 or 30 year Highland Park. They'll run you somewhere, around $800. Great whiskeys as well. So I hope those recommendations help. Or you'd be like Ty and get a $26 bottle of Jack Daniels. I was
ever go wrong. Because there's no pressure.
You went wrong already. No, I was thinking about you the other day. I was at the liquor store and they had a bottle of Gentleman Jack, and then they had the much better Jack Daniels Single Barrel Reserve.
I'll have to try that. Gentleman Jack is actually my go-to now, so I have modestly upgraded.
Gentleman Jack's good. I'm not gonna bash Gentleman Jack. It's a much better whiskey than
that's what we served that at Brianna's wedding. The bourbon at the bar was Gentleman Jack, and
it's not a bourbon. God,
I'm sorry, it's a whiskey. Whatever.
It's a sour mash Tennessee whiskey. It's just not bourbon. It's not even close.
Nick, was it really wise of you to show me what just gets under your skin, and which is like psychological fingernails across a chalkboard?
Yeah.
Was that really your best move?
No, but I made that mistake a long time ago.
Yeah. So
here's what I'm drinking tonight: Rittenhouse Rye. This is like a $25 bottle of rye whiskey. It's actually,
does it come with an AR-15?
It should. It does kill pedophiles. So
funny. I got to watch your video. I've fallen behind watching your videos, by the way, because I've been
I
crazy.
don't.
But
I don't blame you.
yeah,
It's there's no way to watch all of them. No, my interview with Robert Barnes, where we talked about Kyle Rittenhouse, that was a great show. Very good, if I do humbly say so. But yeah, I bought this bottle for that show because obviously.
yeah. No, there you go.
But yeah,
F
so
means we're having lag problems.
usually either that or
Usually,
someone
okay.
had just had a relative die. But I think it's lag today.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's.
somebody was saying lagging, or I looked. It seems
But
to be going okay now.
yeah, that's. Listen, I I think we can all dispel the notion that YouTube actually enjoys having me on their channel rather than grudgingly has me on their show or channel, because that's just that at this point, that's just how it's going to go. And I have resigned myself to that.
Nick was fighting a horde of Karens for 3 days, Ty.
Yes.
Okay.
That's true. We're going to get to that in a minute. All right. I got to read these chats.
Yeah.
More conservative with age says, Ty started reading Dune today in preparation for the new movie. My intro to Dune was the Sci-Fi Channel miniseries of Dune and Children of Dune. What are your opinions on those adaptations?
I thought they were pretty lame, frankly. They weren't needlessly disgusting and gross like the Lynch one. But the director rewrote a lot of the dialogue himself. The costumes were just goofy and stupid. The acting was The actor that played Paul Atreides had zero charisma. I did like William Hurt as the Duke. I thought he did a good job. I mean, the Warhammer 40K weaponry was annoying too. Okay, minor fast rant. The thing that chaps me hard about these adaptations, both Lynch and the other one, and possibly this one as well, that's coming up, is the Dune military technology in the novel is crucial to the plausibility of the novel. Okay,
Right.
you've got to have you've got to have their military system to plausibly have a feudalistic society. Okay, they've gotten rid of guns. They have personal body shields that block bullets, and only slow moving blades will penetrate the shields.
Yeah.
So that's the only way you can have a feudal society that's based on a small number of aristocratic warriors. If you have guns, any peasant can pick up an AK-47 and blow away the aristocratic hand-to-hand warrior.
Nah, because we have F-15s and nuclear weapons, man.
Yeah, and so when you add all that gnarly, cool 40K weaponry back to it, you've now reduced Dune to the same level of plausibility as Star Wars. Star Wars is a great movie, but
I mean, you're overselling it a bit.
It's not plausible, right? And to me, that's one of Frank Herbert's most epic accomplishments. Is the only time in science fiction that I've ever read, really, he said, okay, here's a futuristic feudal society and it's plausible. It works because, and that seems to be the first thing that the adaptations got rid of. And it's like, so we'll see. This guy appears with the previews that we saw. I put it this way. I think you're going to like the movie a lot more than the miniseries.
The Last says, hey, Nick, what's your thoughts on the whole Blizzard lawsuit thing? I smell some BS to it, but given the woke side of Blizzard, it wouldn't surprise me. All I can say to Blizzard is you get what you asked for, you idiots. And I hope California runs you into the dirt, steps on you, buries you, composts you, eats you again, and then shits you out.
Or as my grandfather told me one time, son, you don't pet rabid dogs.
Nope.
You shoot them. And so, you go petting rabid dogs and you get bit and get rabies. Well,
Mexican Flash says, today I saw someone selling Biden sucks and Kamala swallows t-shirts. I'm having some hope for California. Oh, did you hear the lady in New Jersey? So, point of personal privilege, driving my kids, there's a place pretty near to my house where a guy has a giant sign in his yard and it says, fuck Biden, and fuck you for voting for him. And every time we
There
drive,
is a certain simplicity to that messaging.
he nails it. But every time we drive by, my kids go, oh, that's the F word. You know, like they're like, oh no. And so it's like, okay, Dad, why does he have that on his lawn? And I'm like, well, you know, because some people want to express themselves in whatever way, and that's fine. You know, but so that's that. There's a lady in New Jersey who she had the sign up. A court ordered her to take them all down on penalty of $250 a day if she doesn't comply.
What was the basis for their argument?
There's a no obscenity law. Although obscenity doesn't necessarily mean profanity next to a political
George
message.
Carlin, in particular, didn't the F-bomb it is part of George Carlin's 7 words you can't say on television.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of this fact, but I could actually tell you what those words are in order. I'm not going to, but I could.
But yeah, there's a case, and it's a very specific case where a guy wore a jacket. He was in court because he was a draft dodger in Vietnam, and he had a jacket on that said "fuck the draft," and they tried to punish him for wearing that jacket in the courthouse, and he won that case. He won that, and
well, this is a judge just counting on the fact that they'll take it down rather than appeal it, and you know.
Oh, this one's going straight to the Supreme Court if they need it to. Like they've got the you know what that judge's nightmare is? That story gets made public, because then some organization will take it up and say, "Oh no, we're going to bury you on this one, Judge, you idiot." So
well, and the thing is, courts are going to make mistakes, as we know.
This one wasn't a mistake.
But this wasn't a mistake, and I really wish there was a mechanism by which you could punish those judges personally for doing stuff like that.
Yep.
The whole doctrine of qualified immunity is an abomination, and that's the doctrine that basically makes it impossible to punish government employees, no matter how egregiously they act.
Yeah.
In the carrying out of their duties, and it's completely fabricated by the courts. There's no basis in anything for it. You know?
Yeah, and I get to ask you some questions about Collin County a little bit later. K. Shiloh Williams says, "Sorry, Nick, I'm an idiot."
We've got some litigation in Collin County, so I don't know how
maybe we shouldn't talk about it.
But we
are either of the Wheelises your judge?
They're not cases
Cynthia
that I'm directly,
Wheelis or Ray Wheelis. What
about
me
personally?
Snipes?
But generally speaking, litigation gets handled by one of my staff, and I just sort of oversee. So I wouldn't know.
But K. Shiloh Williams says, "Sorry, Nick, I'm an idiot, but I finally got some cigars sorted out, and we'll have them sent soon from Deadwood. Cheers!" Oh, hey, thank you.
Deadwood for like. The Deadwood? Cool.
Apparently. Instant Ace says, "Nick, you and Drexel got to check out Support Court with Judge Vonda B. She's a Texas family law lawyer who wants to be the next Judge Judy. That sounds terrible. I'll definitely make Drexel watch it. I think he might come out next week. I gotta talk to him."
Listen, after y'all made me watch that scene from that video game, I have no sympathy. Suffer him through it.
Victor Phantasm says, "Nick, did you see the video of the Looney Troon flop around his Sailor Moon bedecked Troon car wreck? He raised the bar on cop comedy, but failed to stop taking charge for a lady so large. Stringer's live Sailor Moon car." What? I don't understand.
That's a lot to unpack.
I don't understand a single thing you just said. But
Okay,
I think there's a video I'm supposed to watch.
And I know that I already know I'm going to regret this, but
don't you dare ask what a troon is.
Well, okay.
Zephael says, "F for Nick scrambling to get his PC going." I was just in the bathroom. Yashken says, "He's late. I blame Ty on this one. Also, hi, Ty." No, it was my fault.
I disclaim all responsibility. I was
Zephael,
on time and heterosexual, so
Zephael says, I don't care what people think. David Lynch did a damn good job and was probably more true to the book than the 2021 version of Dune.
well, the 2021 version hasn't come out yet, so we don't really know that. My complaint with David Lynch can be distilled down to a couple of things: heart plugs and cat milking. Okay. Those two things were not anywhere in the Dune novels, and they did not need to be added to that show for any reason other than Lynch was a goofy lunatic. Okay. He did have very good actors. The sets were gorgeous. They looked exactly like you'd imagine Dune to look. Um,
I have nipples, Greg. Can you
but
milk me?
I'm not kidding. In that movie, yeah, cat milking was a thing. Okay. So I'm sorry, you can't get there from here. And then when you read some of the stuff that he was going to put in that Frank Herbert just said, no, you can't do that. I mean, look, I'm a big fan of Twin Peaks. I wasn't a huge fan of the remake of the third the sequel season they did a few years back, but that was a very, very flawed movie, and what drives me crazy is it didn't have to be. If Lynch could have just controlled his goofy weirdness, it could have been a very good movie. So,
Warhawk of Chagoris, first of all, great name. Hail to the Khan. That being said, no, there's no Vic decision yet. Those come out on Thursdays, 9:30 p.m. You'll know. It'll be everywhere when it happens.
yeah. By the way, I did see Vic on your show. I thought that was a very, very good show.
Good. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Over 100,000 people have watched it, which is
cool. Well, a number of people that I know watched it, and they didn't know Vic or know anything about it, but the feedback universally was it was a very, very good show. I thought he did a great job, and you did a good job as usual interviewing him too.
Stop it.
Yeah. Hey, cheap flattery is cheap,
That's true.
That doesn't cost me nothing.
Scraith says private school parents need to pay attention. 5 local private school admins fired for pushing critical race theory, and now a community group trying to get them reinstated. They're trying to infect everywhere. Yep, they are. You pay the private schools a lot of money.
And good for these parents that are starting to push back. I think you and I have talked about this. When you start messing with people's children, a whole lot of people that otherwise wouldn't have really cared one way or the other just are going to get pretty pissed off, and rightly so. By the way, has any profession so intensely, needlessly, and pointedly beclowned themselves quite like educators have over the last year or so?
No.
I've never in my life seen a profession literally just take all of its credibility and just say, where's the toilet? There? I mean, there was a time when teachers were respected the most of any profession.
And that's
so
going
much.
away because,
well, I mean, at some point these public schools in some of these places, it's like I think it's child abuse for sending your kid to those schools. I mean,
it's at this point, I hate to say it, but you should not have your kids in a public school. You should be very wary of private schools. Now, my buddy does push back on me a little bit on this. And he makes a good point. The problem is it's not universal, which the public school thing isn't universal either. It's just a good rule of thumb. I mean, there's a good public school out there somewhere, probably, maybe. But charter schools are technically public schools. I don't treat charter schools as public schools, but you can have a charter school like the one that he's a part of the founding, where they do classical education. It's classical teaching. They teach using classic literature. They teach using these ideas of kind of that have built Western philosophy and Western pedagogy. So yeah, I mean, those exist.
And those schools are likely going to be targeted hard by the hard lefties in education in general. I mean,
Right.
we have a charter school here in Tyler. It's a STEM school. In
And
fact, my youngest daughter went to it.
and Diamond Duck, I'm not dodging saying Heath, but if people didn't happen to see the Heath episode, they wouldn't know who it is just by the name Heath. So that's why I just referred to a friend who helped found a school, but certainly not dodging that. And Heath will be back on the show sometime in the future here as well. We've been talking about it, but that being said, the only reason I don't say it is for the benefit of people who would just go, "Who's Heath?" Anyway. Yeah, get your kids out of public school and be very wary of the private schools that you pay a lot of money to. You pay a lot of money to them.
It was never a good idea to assume that just because you're paying money that your kids were actually getting a vastly superior education. That was never a valid assumption.
Nope.
You should be just as concerned as you would have been if they had been in public schools. The only difference with private schools is there's at least some accountability in theory.
Right. Well, you can always take your tuition away from them, and they value that tuition. They do, especially like smaller private schools. But anyway, Space Force Commander says, wife and I have welcomed our second child into the world this week.
Hey, congratulations.
Take a shot for a healthy baby girl. I mean, I won't do a full shot.
I'll take a virtual shot.
But I'll have some sips and I'll eventually get it down. I just don't want to do a shot at this moment. I hope that's acceptable. I've already had a drink or two. So cheers.
By the way, drinking for two, so
I am. By the way, before the show, around 8:30 today, I had an exclusive locals live stream, and it was a lot of fun, very chilled out, very conversational, completely different than these shows typically are, but it's very cool, and I'm trying to do more of them. If you guys are interested in those, you can go to my locals page and check out the videos that are on there. I think some of them are actually open to the public. Some of the replays of the live streams are open to the public. I think the one where I was in the hot tub is actually technically open to the public.
Why, Nick? Why?
I was cleaning out my hot tub. It was a joke.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Because you gotta change the water out every so often on them because it gets like too chemically.
That's acceptable.
Yeah.
I regret I did not bring the cane to wave about. I'm sorry. I'll have to.
Well, you aren't getting up from the chair. At least we know that without the cane.
I don't know where the cane is. That's Anyway.
Darren Lopez says, "Hey, Nicker, just closed on buying my first home. I'm underwear now, apparently. Had homemade chicken tendies as my first meal in the property. Nice. Here's your cut for being my 9 o'clock clown during the entire process. An excuse for taking a shot or two." Hey, thanks, Darren Lopez. Much appreciated. Forgetful Hitman says, "Hi, Time. Thinking of going to UT Tyler to continue my education. From Florida and moved to Washington in 2019 to experience a new state and get my associate's degree. Can't stand Inslee and want out. Is Tyler, Texas worth it?"
I think so. I mean, I've lived here since 1976, so Tyler is big enough that we've got all the basic things that a civilized person would want. You're only an hour and a half from Dallas, an hour and a half from Shreveport, so you're not we're not in the wilds or anything. I like it. UT Tyler is I think UT Tyler is an underrated gem. Actually, I'm a distinguished alum. Well, not distinguished in any ways the university recognizes, but yeah, I'm actually on the board of the business school, and I had to ask them to please not look up my transcripts. Because when I was there, I just wasn't, academics was not my primary focus, let's say. I had other priorities.
You had to be a writing major to have, we had an author come to do a little lecture to us in the writing program, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, "Who here has A's on their report card?" And like a bunch of kids raised their hand. He goes, you people are morons. Like, what are you doing with your life? You're sitting there reading and studying. He's like, go out, have sex, have fun, do
Come out of your
something.
basement.
He's like, live. He's like, now, to his credit, he said, you're going to be writers. You're not going to be NASA astronauts. You're not going to be engineers. You're writing majors. Go live so you know what to write. It was great. That guy was awesome.
You know, I took a writing class at UT Tyler actually in the late '80s, and the horror writer Joe Lansdale came to give a presentation because the professor was from a nearby university, Stephen F. Austin State University in Nacogdoches, about an hour from Tyler. And so he was teaching a class at UT Tyler, but he brought Joe freaking Lansdale to talk to our class. And it was before Joe hit it big or anything. Before, you know, Joe is a very, very good horror writer. But anyway, yeah. Well, like I said, you know, it's all a question of priorities. And when I was an undergraduate, I didn't know I was going to go to law school, you know, so.
No, you shouldn't know you're going to go to law school. If you know you're going to go to law school, you're terrifying.
Yeah. No, I really don't know. I really don't know why I went to college. Actually, I went to college because my parents told me I was going to go to college, and so.
Because it used to be like the thing. It was like the progression, right? Okay, you're
Yep.
going to go to high school, you're going to go to college, and then you're going to go get a job. That was the thing that you kind of, a lot of people kind of did. And then college, it was right around the time that I was in it.
Mhm.
Started going real south real fast.
Yeah, the cost of tuition is just shocking. Even adjusted for inflation, undergraduates are now paying, it looks to me like, as much as I paid to go to law school, if not more. And it's like, that's crazy. So I don't know. I mean, it's like everything else. Make a business decision. You know, if you're paying for it yourself and you're not independently rich or in line to inherit a bunch of money, you might want to get a degree that, you know, somebody will pay you to have.
Aeronautical engineering.
Yeah.
something like materials engineering.
Here's the thing.
Computer science.
Hard stuff, they pay more for hard stuff.
Right. Look, double jointed lesbian basket weaving is great. But
not a huge call for people.
Not at all.
To pay you for that. So to answer your question, yes, I think UT Tyler is a very good school. I like Tyler a lot. Yes, Ty was a history major. Yes. Saw that in the stream. Yeah, I like UT Tyler. It's a good size school. We've got an improbably, well, you know this, we've got an improbably good arts center, the Cowan Center, where we have like national level people come to little old Tyler, Texas. We've had everybody from, Seinfeld was there.
That's because there's national level wealth hanging around in Tyler, Texas.
And the thing is, this all happened after I graduated, but the university president that took over a year or two after I graduated really did an amazing job of embracing the community. Up to that point, UT Tyler was just kind of this college that was just out there, right? And he really just did a stunningly good job of getting the community involved with the university. And so the university benefited handsomely from that. A lot of money flowed in, charitable contributions and so forth. And then his successor did a great job too. Of course, your family has been very generous to the university.
I don't know why.
Well,
none of them went there.
Well, yeah, but
literally zero.
Your granddad, who was a Rice honors graduate in chemistry. Yeah, I don't think I ever mentioned to him that I didn't have really good grades in undergraduate school.
Good.
Yeah, I think he probably just would have given me that look, and I'd have just kind of
like, yeah. But none of them went to. Look, I'll say this about Tyler. It's very simple. You have Donut Palace within a mile of wherever you are.
You have Stanley's Barbecue.
That was the literal second thing on my list. You have Stanley's Barbecue. You literally don't need anything else, but Tyler has a lot more than that. It's a surprisingly equipped town to live.
And the cost of living here is wonderfully low. I mean, by any kind of comparison. You know, if you're into those sorts of things, we've got 3 good country clubs. We've got one superb one that's like 100 years, literally 100 years old, and the food there is world class. I have clients come from Dallas to eat steak there. It's where we had our John Wayne party.
Oh, and that
Nick.
Mexican restaurant, that fancy one, is real good. I can't remember what it's
Which
called.
one is that? The one on?
It's like in a house.
Oh yeah. That's real Mexican food. Actually,
Yeah,
that's not Tex-Mex. What
that's
is that?
real good.
Yeah.
They
Actually,
have
our
like
office manager had her wedding there, or had
they
a
have the
wedding
truffle
reception.
rice and stuff, like, which is
Yeah,
you can only have a little bit of that though, because it gets a little too rich. Followed Zone
Well,
G says,
keep us updated if you actually do move to Tyler and go to UT Tyler. But
Yeah.
it's a good university.
Fallout Zone G says, sounds like a nice little town. Yeah, Tyler's a nice little town when you're in Texas, and then when you realize that pretty much everywhere else it's kind of a big town. But it's what it's 100,000 people.
I think Smith County is up to 300,000. Tyler proper is over 100,000, but we've got pretty significant suburbs now. I guess you call them. Yeah, it's a lot of medical stuff here too. Huge medical industry. We've got an inordinate number of hospitals and medical services here. So,
Trucker Rob says, Mr. Beard, may I hire your firm to send mean emails to another lawyer?
Other people do, I suppose. depends on the specifics.
If it's me, I'm gonna be really pissed off.
Of course, that probably wouldn't cost them a lot either. We'd probably just do that just for the fun of it.
They'll pay you for the privilege.
Yeah, well, it's.
Let's see. Derek Bambanek says, another schmuck who is schmucking with another mainstay of pop's culture, of course. Though I have to ask why no one's made a zombie flick about zombies from coffins washed out of mausoleums.
Well,
That's
there
a
you
good
go.
question.
There you go.
Yeah. Wizards First Rule 57 says, Nick Kaboom Reset. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Wizards First Rule. Toxicity says, did you read Card's Empire series? I only read the first one. I didn't read the second one. He says, I like the first book, but the best part is the quotes. My favorite is, if they can paint this as some vast right-wing conspiracy, you think they'll hold back because it doesn't make sense. Look, Empire nails it. Empire's the book. This is a minor spoiler, but I have faith that 99% of the people won't actually read it anyway, and so it's okay. For the opening of the book, they get you with this character, and this is the most like capable special forces, like now CIA or whatever. He's like the toughest guy. He's the one guy you want around, right? And he is the main character of this book. And he's going, and like basically this civil war breaks out, and it looks like it's all coming from one party, but it's actually the other party setting up the other party to look like it so that they can retaliate against it. It's great. It's exactly what would happen if you imagine like a planned civil war in the United States. It would go exactly this way. And this is why I love Card. Like his Ender stuff is all philosophical.
So
and
it's the Empire series?
Yeah. And just read. I don't care if you ever read the second book, read Empire. It's a quick read. Okay. It's high action and it's fantastic. And it's what Card is literally the best at, is these near future plausible political thrillers. Like that's what the whole Bean story saga is from the Ender series, is the Bean branch off. That all takes place on Earth right after the Bugger War. The Ender series goes like 2,000 years into the future when he flies off to some other planet and stuff like that. And it gets real philosophical and introspective, and it's good, but man, he can write the political stuff great. So
I'll take a look at that.
So they get you like this character, and again, he is so capable, and you're like, yeah, this guy's going to kick everybody's ass. It's going to be good. This is my hero. Bam, headshot. He's dead. And you're like, wait, whoa. What? And we're like, you're like a third of the book in, and this guy's like, it's like he's gone, and you're like, what? How are you going to do this? This was the main character. It's not like he was kind of the main character and there was another. No, he's the main guy. And then suddenly he has to transition you to a whole new main character after giving you the faith that this guy was going to save the country. And now you're like, this other guy, I don't know if he can do it. It was brilliant.
Did you ever see The Departed about
Yes.
12, 13 years ago?
Yeah.
Remember, more headshots in that movie than any movie I've ever seen. You know, I generally don't like it when authors do that, but I'll take your recommendation.
The best headshot in The Departed, though, wasn't from a gun. It's Alec Baldwin when he finds out the guy. He's like, "We don't. What do you mean we don't have a camera on the back door?" It's just
Marky Mark. The guy goes, Marky Mark. Wahlberg is chewing on somebody. One of those guys. The guy goes, "Who are you?" He goes, "Who am I? I'm the guy that does his fucking job. You must be that other guy." Yeah, I had forgotten. Yeah, Baldwin has a cameo. And,
he socks that guy right in the face. He's so mad. And I'm like, you know what? Like that gives all the credence in the world to Team America when he's like, it's the greatest actor of all time. It's like when he punches that guy in the face, I believe it.
100%. Yeah, we still have to do a watch party of Team America. That would.
Oh no, Ty, this next month is loaded.
Oh, is it
loaded? Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Predator 1 and 2,
wow.
Jaws 1 through 5.
Oh, Jaws! Wow, they're just I've noticed a whole bunch of new movies that look pretty good on Amazon Prime too. World War movies and stuff. I don't know.
Oh, you got to watch The Tomorrow War.
Yes, I do. In fact, I saw your comments about it, and that actually, because I was kind of, I don't know, but yes, I do.
If you're looking for like deep and well done time travel sci-fi, this is not the place for it. But if you're looking for alien bug killing and ass kicking action, yeah, get it.
Well, that's what I want. Leave that other stuff for Citizen Kane. Sorry, I've got a cat here trying to figure out how to get in my lap.
Okay, next. Let's see. Provolone Loaf says for Ty, favorite propeller fighter, World War II rifle, and condiment.
Favorite propeller fighter, myself, the Wildcat. Very odd choice. Early Navy fighter in the Pacific War, slower than the Zero, not as maneuverable, but built like a tank and had a great kill ratio. High performance, the Hellcat, the Wildcat's successor. Favorite rifle, hands down, the M1 Garand. Favorite condiment, ketchup.
Okay. No, that was good. Is the AC-130 a propeller fighter?
It's not a fighter. It's a gunship.
Oh, too bad. That's what I would have picked.
Well, hello, cat. I guess you figured out how to get in my lap. Yes. Okay.
And then for Nick, keep grifting you Polak. Okay, perfect. EGP Production says, hey, Ty, moving to Texas next month for a job. Currently trying to get through the Wheel of Time series and hoping the Amazon adaptation isn't bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet the rent money on that.
Yeah. Look, I don't know. They've done some good things. Extraction.
I'm sorry, I'm being molested here by my cat. She's forcing herself upon me.
That's assault in most states.
Yeah. All right, here.
Pet me or I'll pet me.
That's pretty much what we're down to. It's either you pet me or I'm going to rub all over you. And I'm allergic to my cat. So, and she knows that. So.
Look, Amazon's done some good stuff though. I think Extraction with Thor, Chris Hemsworth. I think that was an Amazon movie.
Oh, okay.
That's actually and that's a good flick. Very, very intense. That's cool. Like I said, the Tomorrow War is an Amazon production. Not all of the stuff they're putting out is trash. Actually, I would suggest that of the premium channels, or of the premium content, Netflix and Amazon have been, they've had a couple sleeper hits in there that are good.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's a lot of
Extraction.
anxiety about
Extraction is Netflix. Sorry.
yeah, what is it? Lord of the Rings, the series coming out.
Oh,
That's almost
it's
definitely
gonna
going to suck.
it's gonna be tough.
Well, you're going to take a cultural myth of one of the okay, kitty cat, you've got to get down. You're killing me here. Whoop.
Ty beats
Hold
his
on.
cats.
Golly. Well, I'm going to start sneezing and snorting and all that kind of stuff. Can y'all hear me? Am I
Yeah, you're good.
okay? All right. Uh, yeah, cats are funny. When they decide they want affection, you know, they really don't take no for an answer. Um, yeah, yeah. So it's a cultural myth of the British Empire, written by a world renowned Christian. What are the odds they're going to be respectful of the source material?
It's not looking good for our heroes, the hobbits. James Kuhn says, I hope Dune is good. I believe movies should be close to their counterparts, like how Lord of the Rings was done, not perfect, but stay within the lore, and not like Starship Troopers looking at you, mobile infantry. Now, listen here.
Yeah, I'm with you on Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers is a great movie, and I don't care if it's not faithful to Heinlein.
Right. You just simply have to assume it's a movie that's got the same title as that really good book by Robert A. Heinlein.
Yep.
I agree. I think it's sort of like a science fiction version of All in the Family. And what I mean is, those of you who know what All in the Family was, it was a great sitcom. Far left producer Norman Lear creates it in the early 70s. And, it has Archie Bunker, the quintessential stereotypical bigoted, guy. And he's like, yes, I'm going to make this show and everybody will hate Archie and they'll love his son-in-law, who's the liberal college student. And they find out about 3 months in that virtually the entire country likes Archie and despises the meathead.
Mm-hmm.
Starship Troopers is kind of the same way. Verhoeven wanted to make some kind of hoity-toity parody of the Nazi. And it was going, hey, I like that society.
Yeah.
A murderer was apprehended this morning, tried this afternoon. Execution tonight, all channels, all net.
Yeah, all nets, all channels.
Yeah, they're at the school with their rifles. Hey, this is a Marita X5 assault rifle. Who wants to play with it?
Me. Killdozer says Starship Troopers is only good as a standalone movie without sequels. There aren't any sequels to Starship Troopers. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we just don't talk about those things.
They don't exist. It's too bad they never made any.
You know what is interesting about that movie, though? The Denise Richards character. They had to actually.
Yes, Denise Richards is a very interesting character in that movie. I agree with you fully.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, they had to recut the movie because their test audiences loathed her, hated her guts. Well, because she kind of just basically, kind of scraped off the hero, but the hero was not being particularly faithful to her either. But that didn't matter to the audience. They actually had to cut some scenes out to try to make her a more likable character, which I thought was pretty funny.
And one of those deleted scenes is great, and everyone should watch it. Tina says, the new Dune movie can't compare to the original. I mean, how can you compare to Sting walking around in his underwear?
Actually, I thought Sting did a great job as that character. That the character in the novel is described very consistent with Sting's body type and approach and everything. I thought he was good. A little over the top, but the character's over the top.
Snuggle Struggle says, while creators once built worlds, Marxists just buy their IPs and replace the writer's plot with their regressive ideology. Marxists cannot create, only destroy. Ty, did you see the Feminist Boy song Nick played 2 days ago?
No, I did not.
Look, I can't play it on stream with Ty. I don't have it set up that way. 2, I got a copyright claim on it anyway, so I really don't want to play it again.
Oh,
it's really annoying.
I'm sure one way or another you can hook me up.
I can happily send it to you.
Yeah.
I might send it. Well, depending on how the stream goes, I might send it to you while we're on air and make you watch it.
Fred blogs. I agree. I concur.
What?
in the stream. You're
Oh,
just gonna have to read it. I'm not.
yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah.
Truck and Bear says, not trying to bring down the stream, but could you have a drink for my daughter, Riley Ann, since I won't be able to for another 8 hours. She passed 14 years ago today.
Oh God.
I
Man,
can.
I'm so sorry.
I can. Sorry to hear that, brother. That's a weight that you'll carry with you the rest of your life. But remember and cherish the blessing of the time that you had with her, despite the pain of the loss. So may you always remember the good times.
You guys who don't have kids, you can't really appreciate this because I didn't before I had kids, but that is the worst nightmare of a parent. I mean,
Yep.
The worst possible thing that could happen to a parent is that. So
yeah, it's kind of interesting because like there's, you fear, you worry about things like Marxism and political change and everything, but at the end of the day, as a parent, the one thing that it always will take priority in my mind is, are my children safe?
Mm-hmm.
And are they healthy?
Well, and that affects, politics and things like that were interesting to me all, way back. But I didn't worry about things like I did once I became a parent, because now all of a sudden it's no longer about you. See, I'm not particularly afraid for myself in this Marxist paradise they're trying to create. I'm confident in my ability to survive. You are too, right?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, we're lawyers, so they're going to take care, but
they'll be like, we need you.
But
yeah, I guess.
But when you have to when you start worrying about your children, it becomes much more important and much more real. Is that the right word? To a level that sometimes really gets on our children's nerves. Because they're like, "Can't you lighten up just a little bit, Dad?"
Yeah.
And I don't know how to tell them, not really, because I know where this is. I have been around enough and studied enough that I know where this kind of ideology ends up. And the thought of it happening to you is what actually terrifies me.
Right. That's the scary thing. Because I don't, when Drexel talks about stuff and when people talk about the, the dating market and all that stuff, I mean, to me, it just breezes by because I'm not in that
abstract
world. It's, for me, it's always like, oh, this is a neat circus to watch. But when I think about like the fact that I don't know how my boys will be able to date at all, like how they're going to, even interact with women without being in constant danger, like that's what worries me.
Yeah.
Nick's Hex says, Ty, I'm about halfway through Children of Dune, but it was starting to drag and I got distracted by some gay novel about a Jesuit priest and cat people. Does it ever pick up?
Not really. I don't think any of the sequels to Dune were close to Dune. Dune Messiah, the second one, is pretty good. I slogged through. No, I don't think so. I wouldn't waste my time for now. There are a lot of Dune fans that will disagree with me on that, but I really don't have a whole lot of use for any of the books except. I'll take that back. Frank Herbert's son Brian wrote a book called Dreamer of Dune, which is a biography of Frank Herbert. Very interesting, very well written. He was a neat character. Just a really good thing. I would recommend that very highly if you can find it. I don't know that book actually did all that well, but it's a biography of Frank Herbert and Brian Herbert's childhood. Very well done. But yeah, Children of Dune, I don't know that you're going to actually. I didn't get much of a payoff out of that novel, frankly. I found the ending kind of like, really? That's what he does?
The Jesuit priest novel with the cat people is actually really good.
What is that reference?
It's a book called The Sparrow.
Okay.
I really like it. It
really does have cat people and a Jesuit priest.
Well, it's a Jesuit priest, and he's friends with he's down in South America, and he's friends with some astronomers who are down there, And one of the astronomers, they detect a signal from I think the planet in Virgo or whatever, in the constellation Virgo. They detect a radio frequency, right? And they find out that it's music. And so they realize that there is intelligent life on this other planet. And so the Jesuits, being the Jesuits, they go, we're going to bring the word of Jesus Christ to these people before anybody else. And they fund their own space program and launch a ship with some people to this planet. And when they get there, it's a race of, bipedal, sentient cat people who are the race. And I mean, it gets much wilder from there, but that's who they encounter, this race.
Sounds reminiscent of another novel that I'm trying to place.
It's from Alpha Centauri.
Yeah, no, there was a novel written. I want to say it was A Matter of Conscience by James Blish. I'm actually trying to look it up.
I don't know.
That had.
If I were to send you the
Case
video,
of Conscience.
If I were to send you this video that I might want you to watch while we're on the show, like not for the chat to listen, just to watch your reaction as you watch it.
Okay.
How should I send that to you? Should I text it to you?
Can you fax it to me?
Yes.
Sorry. Actually, just email it if you don't mind.
Yeah. Okay. I'll set up the email because I think the chat really wants to see. It's a 3-minute video.
Okay.
And it's a music video.
Well, be sure you type it up on a typewriter before you fax it to me.
Yeah, I'll send you the transcript of it. Okay.
By the way, I guess you don't check your Facebook very often. Somebody posted a picture for me of that punch card reader, and I was like, "That's the one that I used." And I actually tagged you on it.
No, I try to keep off of Facebook. I find it to be cancer, and I just hate it because I hate how family treats each other on Facebook. So I just pretty much don't even go on there. I use the Messenger app to talk to my family on there, and that's about it. So
yeah, the novel I'm thinking of is called A Case of Conscience, and it's like 1955 or something. And it's anyway, you might, if you like it doesn't simply enough, it's the future, and this Catholic priest who is he's a scientist and a priest, and they discover an alien race that's intelligent and basically morally perfect.
Oh, this race is not morally perfect.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm sure there'd be differences, but similar anyway.
All right, so I'll post the video in the chat. I emailed it to you. Can you pull that up while I read this next super chat here?
I think I can.
What the heck? The Pie Baker. He says, "Hey,
okay.
Ty,
do I need to be watching this video, or do I need to be listening to you?
Listen to me for just a second, and then we'll have you watch it."
Okay.
He says, "Hey, Ty, what advice would you give to a hypothetical group of Karens that pulled a cancel culture assault on a member of Kiwi Farms for exercising his rights to free speech?"
Well, first of all, I think everyone knows my opinion that picking a fight with Kiwi Farms is not your best move. Just saying. Is my advice to them, or is it to Kiwi Farms? I mean, what's the question?
It just says, what advice would you give to the group of Karens who did it?
Oh, well, you just better get ready for a retaliatory strike that's going to leave a mark, would be my guess. I mean,
seems accurate. Nope.
Yeah.
Seems accurate.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So
it's a special kind of stupid.
Yeah.
To pick a fight with those guys.
Yep. Okay. So you've got the video?
Yes.
Okay. It's like 3 minutes and 30 seconds, if I'm right. And so.
Okay. Let me try to operate my browser properly because,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So do you want me to start watching it?
Yes, I want you to watch it and just react organically to what happens on the screen. And we will just watch you, I think. That'll be this.
Okay, I'm clicking play now. Okay, that's enough. I can't. I can't.
I
I'm
love,
done.
I love you start because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, when you click play, you're like, this is a parody. Like this is going to be this kind of a
Right,
joke.
right. I assumed it was a parody, and then the dawning, horrifying realization was, oh my God, this is
Oh
not a parody. They're serious.
yeah, no, they're dead serious. And watching you turn from like a like this is a parody. It's chuckle worthy, I guess, because it's not like a great parody. It's like, oh okay, well, this is
Right. It was
funny,
kind of okay, I'll go along with it.
and then to just horror,
Yeah,
abject
no,
horror on your face.
well, there was a pretty strong component of nausea too.
Yeah.
Um, my God, how? Oh God.
Oh, that made me so happy.
Well, I'm glad to have been there for y'all.
Well, I
Golly.
had to do this the other day.
Ah,
So I
well,
was
I
tortured in the same way that
well,
you just were.
and maybe in some ways worse because you actually have sons. You
Yeah.
know, I mean, I put it this way: when those people grow up, they will never, ever, ever get women worth having. Not in a
Well,
million
they
years.
want to cripple. They want to cripple the next generation of men. I mean, that's ultimately the goal here.
That's very clearly that's their objective. Very
And
clearly.
it's horrifying. It's horrifying. They want, and they're let me be honest. They've already done it to a generation of men, or a good chunk of a generation of men. You can see them running around Twitter with "Milady" all over every tweet that they do. You can see them running around defending all of this stuff, and they're like, "No, this is right. This is good." It's no, brother. This is not right, and this is good. This is not right. Be a strong man.
I don't think at some level they know that though. I mean, it's the old protest too much kind of thing. Because I mean,
Yeah.
the soy must flow. Oh, that's beautiful. Dune reference. The spice must be. You know, we're wired. We human beings, men and women, we're wired certain ways, and this is a generalization, but it's a pretty accurate generalization. Men are wired to desire and want certain things, okay, and we're wired to get fulfillment from certain things, okay.
Mm-hmm.
None of those things were on that video.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
literally nothing.
more importantly than that, none of those things are bad. It's okay that we're wired differently. It's okay that we get entertainment and enjoyment out of different things. That has all been fine forever.
Like we were talking about, I think the last time I was on your show, the time before, when we talked about advice on how to be a man. Look, I mean, we have enough women. Okay, we got plenty. Women don't want more women; they want men.
Yep.
And so, you're not gonna out chick a chick. It's not gonna happen. And any male,
unless you're an Olympic weightlifter.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Then you're gonna out chick all the chicks.
Yeah. But I mean, any male that acts that way is basically trying through nothing more than emotion. They're just trying to basically say, I'm going to ignore my wiring. And in the real world, I haven't found that too many people can ignore their wiring. The cost of trying to do that is so extreme that you don't have time to do anything else. Oh, and you're going to fail. So I can't imagine if I wanted to absolutely ruin someone's life, a male's life, I can't imagine doing any better than what I saw in the first minute of that video. I couldn't go 3 minutes.
No, it's terrible. My reaction involved a considerable amount of profanity.
Well, I'm trying, I've been trying to, control that. Trying to curb that a little bit. So, yeah, I was too horrified to cuss. I was like you say, there was that real, oh my God, this is not a parody. This is a serious video.
I've been thinking of doing that as a thing, going back to the way I used to do the streams with no profanity.
Oh no, I think I think that's you. I, I would encourage you not to go back to
But
that.
it's amazing. For like the first year, there was no profanity on the show. It was it's a whole
I
different.
used to have an ironclad rule about no profanity in written communication, and even to this day, it's not an absolute rule, but it's one that I do. But the stupid has gotten so stupid that I finally had to say, okay, we're gonna have to tighten the definition of profanity to not include words like bullshit because well, I've always maintained that bullshit is the perfect slang term because you know what it means by hearing it. No one ever one time had to explain the definition of bullshit to anybody. Just the word itself and its usage tells you everything you need to know. And there's just so much of that. It's like, you know, chapeau de derriere or asshat is another one that I just like, I'm just going to have to, by fiat, decide that's not a cuss word.
Did you notice the most important part of the video that I sent you? Okay, don't watch the video.
Oh God, no.
Scroll down on the webpage.
Okay.
Just scroll down and go to leave a
I
comment.
closed the window.
Well, reopen it real quick and
I will. Okay.
go leave a comment and just say this is going to ruin boys.
Stop. Okay. I'm scrolling down. Feminist boys with another original song and very original music video.
Yeah. Now go to leave a comment, Ty. Go leave a comment.
Well, they disabled comments or.
Yeah. And they disabled the likes and dislikes. You can't see them.
They sure did.
They sure did. This video doesn't have a ton of views, right? Like 14,000.
So it's funny, Nick. I dislike this. It didn't tell me they'd been disabled. It looks like my dislike has been counted.
Oh, it has been counted. It just doesn't display. Being shown. No.
Right. Yeah, I can't imagine this video being embraced. But of course not. I mean, people like this are cowards. They don't actually, that's. I'm actually kind of surprised that it doesn't have more views. I would have thought this would have been like, catnip.
I think people just discovered it.
It's just so damn creepy.
It's awful. It's actually awful to me. To me, that's child abuse to the boys.
My exact thoughts were why someone should call CPS on these people.
Okay, I want to ask you about this. Oh wait, I got one more. Timothy Reaper says Kevin Smith ripped off Sonichu by having Skeletor living inside a magic staff, Count Graduan style. So that's your answer to where Skeletor is.
So he's a plagiarist and a buffoon. Great. That's a wonderful combination.
Okay, so there's a case in Texas. It's in Collin County. It's been there for a while now. And this is the Sophie Long case. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
The little girl? Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm guessing you haven't been following it. I wasn't following
it. I mean, I remember it, but I don't,
So I've learned some things over the past couple days because this hit my attention recently because now there's an allegation that the dad, Michael, who is the guy who originally posted the video of the daughter saying she really didn't want to go with the mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's an allegation that the dad has run off with the daughter, that he has taken her and fled, ignoring court orders to produce her.
Okay.
Let me tell you what the opposing party did first, because I think you might smile at this. So when they were gonna have a hearing back in May, they subpoenaed the minor child. They didn't subpoena the dad as conservator. They subpoenaed the minor. I've seen the subpoena. The
Okay.
service was done upon the minor child by the process server. So he handed a subpoena to the minor child. So the dad didn't bring the minor child to the hearing.
Right.
Because why would you?
Right.
He wasn't commanded to bring her to the
He
hearing.
wasn't commanded. And if a court wants to try to enforce an order against a minor for not coming to court,
you can't even serve a minor.
I was going to say, right.
You can't even do it.
Those wheels were turning in my head. I was going, can you even?
The Texas, every state's service of process rules require that you to leave service of process at the residence with a competent adult.
Okay,
because a minor can't be served.
Well, no, a minor by definition lacks the capacity to understand the obligation, and
they can't accept service.
And how do they get to the courthouse by themselves if they can't drive?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So that they subpoena the minor. He doesn't bring the minor to the courthouse.
Right.
And then the court gets pissy with him.
Now, I assume he had actual knowledge of the service.
I don't know. Probably.
Okay,
I would assume so. But
is the dad representing himself pro se by any chance?
He is now. Yeah.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
So
that kind of thing is where you really need legal counsel. You need a lawyer to be able to say, Your Honor, I understand you're aggravated, but the rules are what they are.
Right. So the other attorney and the judge get together and produce an order for the dad to produce the child. To me, by the way, this order is unlawful. Because I can't figure out why a judge is ordering a child into court based on a failed subpoena.
The problem you got, Nick, is, and I think you already know this, is the downside of this best interest of the child.
Yes, they can do whatever they want.
Standard opens the door for courts to literally do whatever they want. That whole standard, despite its unquestionably honorable intentions, that whole standard makes a laughingstock of our legal system.
Yeah,
because it only works properly if the judiciary is absolutely morally straight up, and no sane person would ever design a legal system on that basis.
Nope.
And that's your problem right there. I agree with you. It's a complete mockery of due process, but it happens all the time.
And that's why you're saying he should be represented, because if he's represented, and they go, oh, we're gonna come up with an order to produce the child in court, then you say simply, well, actually, Your Honor, objection. How about the attorney actually drafts a competent subpoena and serves the proper party?
Right. And I'm getting this on the record so that I will appeal your ass.
So then the problem for the dad starts at the next hearing in July, because the judge did order the dad to bring the child.
Judge?
Michael Snipes. He's an appointed judge. He's not a normal judge in Collin County. That's a whole nother thing. There's a petition for mandamus on this, because do you know the appointment rules for a judge? I don't expect you to, but do you happen to know the appointment rules?
Is he appointed by the governor or
no. I mean, he's a retired judge. It's been appointed by the circuit administrator.
Okay.
So the administrator is a guy named Ray Wheelis. You'll recognize that name if you remember that Save James case. The kid whose mom was trying to make him trans.
Yes, that was the judge in that.
That's the judge in that. Now, his wife, Cynthia, was the judge in this case. Cynthia recuses herself, asks her husband, Ray, who's the administrative judge, or the administrative circuit judge, to appoint a separate judge in the matter. He appoints his friend, Michael Snipes. Michael Snipes comes in. Now, the dad's argument is really interesting on this, because the appointment rules in Texas are this. If you're going to be a retired judge or a visiting judge, I should say, who's appointed to a case, it has to be a case that the judge has a specialty in. The judge's listed specialty for Michael Snipes is only criminal law.
Right. I'm looking at him right now. In fact, that's what his State Bar of Texas is. What you look him up on the State Bar website.
on the 21st of whatever month this occurs, the dad files a petition for a writ of mandamus. No, the dad files a motion to recuse on based on a motion to recuse and a motion to disqualify based on a lack of specialty and a failure to comply with the Texas rules. Right? Makes sense. Says this is a criminal law judge. He can't do a family law case, and this is already a massive family law case with huge media publicity and gag orders and all that stuff going on. So he says he can't be a judge on this because he's not qualified. The next day after that petition for disqualification is filed, the judge changes his specialty and adds family law to it. Then a subsequent judge, without a hearing on the motion to recuse and disqualify, rules on the motion, again, without a hearing, rules on the motion and makes a finding of fact that the judge is qualified. So this is just the tip of the iceberg of problems going on in this case in Collin County. But here's the best part. The dad was, I shouldn't say is, he did a GoFundMe at the beginning of this thing, and the court put him under a gag order, demanded he take down the GoFundMe to take down all these social media posts. So he does that. The next day they rescind the order, or they vacate the order, I should say, that they put on themselves. This is Cynthia, who you'll probably remember this news story. After she recused herself, she literally fled the state.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So she vacates the order. Shortly thereafter, she recuses herself, flees the state. The mom, in the meanwhile, not only hires new counsel, she hires a PR firm that has been astroturfing this thing from the whole time. It's a Red Banyan PR firm. So this is great.
Mom can afford all this, but dad can't afford counsel.
Dads well, I don't know. I've heard there were mistakes made, but the problem is any information about the dad is lensed through a PR firm because the dad got gag ordered by the court quick.
And the mom didn't.
The mom didn't get gag ordered. And I technically think the dad might not be under a gag order anymore, but he knows if he brings any media attention to this thing, he's toast. So mom has a PR firm, and on the law firm's webpage, there's a crowdfunding trust fund created by the law firm for the mom. Yep. So
they cut the dad's force of funding off and let the mom's. Dude, you need to get you a lawyer if you're watching this show.
He can't afford it. He can't afford it anymore.
Go to some of those men's rights groups. I've been dubious of them for various reasons, but this might actually be a case where they could do some good.
They are necessary
because there's no way someone representing themselves pro se is going to come out of this.
So the mandamus that's on file is really interesting because there's a bunch of points of error that the court has arguably made. One of them, get this. So he has now, first of all, the mom was under a no contact order because of allegations of abuse. That kind of got resolved, but the mom did not have sole custody or even custody rights in general. Now the dad has been put under a no contact order with the children, and the court has conditioned his no contact order on the payment of $15,000 in fees to the other party.
For what?
Good question. Here's the real kicker. At the hearing, there was no testimony from either party about the amount of fees or about fees at all. So the court, I would say sua sponte, imposes a $15,000 fee requirement on the guy and doesn't take testimony from him or the mom on what the fees actually are. They just, boom, assign it. Now, you may or may not know, in Texas, it's illegal to condition a no contact order or contact of the custodial parent on support.
Right.
But the question is, are fees support?
No, they're not.
But you'd make the argument that they are if this.
Of course you would, yeah. And well, I mean, you'd file a serious motion to recuse, and you'd fight that hard because obviously obviously this court is not making decisions. I mean, you know, if all these, if everything you're telling me is accurate and you haven't left out anything material or crucial, I don't think you have. It doesn't sound to me like the judge is acting properly. I mean, he appears to be
the only thing that I've
heavily, overwhelmingly favoring one party over the other, and judges aren't supposed to do that.
The only thing I've left out, which it isn't left out, it was implied in the prior statements, but the dad is technically in violation of a court order currently because he was ordered to produce a child. However, here's the crazy thing. They were ordering him to produce a child, to have the child get custodial custody to a family member in North Carolina. See that face? Chat, you see that face? Because the problem with this is, of course, and this is a party who is not appeared in front of the court, has not entered an appearance, is nothing. So the question would be, wait, by the way, that North Carolina person, it's the mother's sister.
Yeah. Oh hell, I know exactly where this is headed.
Yeah, because if he sends the kid off,
she gets the kid and just refuses to turn him back over, and how's a Texas court got any jurisdiction over her?
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
Oh my God.
So this thing's a giant. It's a giant cluster.
You think it's a plan on the mom's council? Yeah, of course it is. It's a pretty clever plan, actually. I mean, of course, it's all predicated on you being able to get the judge to do exactly what you need him to do, regardless of how.
Now, here's the thing. I want to address this in the chat real quick. Nozaku says, quote from me, courts treat men better today than any time in history. Here's my red pill for you.
That's true.
That's still true.
Yeah, it is.
That is still true.
Well,
this
guys,
is a particularly bad case. Let's be very clear on this. This is shocking because it is aberrant. But even taking this into consideration, that's still a true statement.
No, it's a true statement. Look, here's the problem, right? There's an old saying. You remember this from law school, Nick? That what is it? Extreme cases make bad law. That's not the form. You know what formulation I'm talking about, though.
Yeah. Well, it's basically like an edge case makes bad law.
Yeah, and the reason is this: what everybody's got to remember, and of course, even a lot of lawyers don't remember this. The law is designed to function practically most of the time. I mean, it's not some. It's when you go to law school, you're not going to a graduate school to learn philosophy or any of that crap. Nobody cares. I mean, no client on this earth cares about the philosophy of the law. And there are a few things more pointless in law school than wasting any time talking about it. You're in a trade school, okay? The law is designed to be practical and to work right most of the time. Well, the reality is the bias in favor of women as a generalization has made a lot of sense historically, because women are much less likely to abuse or abandon their children than men, okay? The problem is
they were less likely.
They were, yes. There have been some very interesting societal changes over the last 30, 40 years. In addition, the problem with the generalization is that it's a generalization. If you follow that rule, you're going to have some very unjust results happen to individuals. And trying to balance all that out is tough. And I'll tell you right now, if you're a male and you're in a knife fight and you get some crotchety old male judge, odds are you're in trouble.
Yep.
There is a strong bias, in my opinion, not just in Texas. I know it exists in Louisiana too, because I've seen it.
Oh, the last thing you want as a man is an old man judge.
Right.
In family court. That is the
because
last
as a generalization, they're gonna give the wife whatever she wants. And that's what you're dealing with here. This retired judge, right? Now, I don't know this judge from Adam. I'm practicing his court. And obviously you can tell from my body language, I want to say a lot more than I'm going to say.
Yeah, you shouldn't comment on any judge.
Right now, actually, I've got Lacey writing. She's been assigned the task of briefing and answering the question. Just what can I say? about a judge in Texas without getting in trouble. She's working on that. I'm serious. I'm deadly serious because
So
I expect a judge to do their freaking jobs. Okay, I don't hold them in any great epic esteem because literally in Texas, the only thing you got to do to be a judge is convince enough lawyers to vote for you and write checks for your campaign.
So I'll disclose this since it's my right? It's mine. I asked you a little bit about this case because one of the issues is a viewer of mine, Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings, and also another viewer, both also Discord members, good buddies, Spectre and Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings. They went to talk about this case, just to talk about it on their own YouTube shows, right? Mm-hmm. And when they announced that they were going to talk about it, the lawyer in Texas sent them cease and desist letters. Can I read one to you? They're both.
Yes, I'd like you to because I didn't.
They're both substantially the same. Okay. So now this is. Let's see. Here we go. This is the email. This one is to Spectre because I have it readily available. It says, "Dear Spectre," that's not what it really says, but for privacy. I represent Kelly Long. That's the mom. I understand you have questions regarding a petition for a writ of mandamus filed recently by Michael Long in the custody dispute with his ex-wife, Kelly. This petition is not part of the public record and is subject to a court sealing order. Furthermore, any hearing transcripts, testimony, and exhibits included in the petition were not and are not open or accessible to the public. The petition contains highly sensitive personal information about a private custody dispute involving 3 minor children. The disclosure of any information contained in the petition would be an invasion of privacy. And then in bold, if you have the petition and want to avoid any legal exposure, you should delete the petition in its entirety, including all attachments and exhibits, from all devices and refrain from sharing or disclosing in any manner all or any part of the petition, including all attachments and exhibits and any information contained therein. Thank you, Laura Elkind.
Now, let me get this straight. There is no attachment to the letter of a court order or anything like that, right?
Correct. In fact, not only is there...
What does that letter sound to you like?
It sounds like just a threat, an empty threat. But
if I wanted to stop them from doing it, if I actually had the firepower and wanted to stop that from happening, it'd be real simple. Dear sir, please read the attached court order. You are about to be in violation of that order. Please don't do that. That's it. That's the letter. Instead, you've got a bunch of weasel words. You got a bunch of vague. Now, the lawyer just might be an idiot.
Well, the best part is
and unable to write. Sorry,
No, to clarify, there is no order sealing the appellate case. In fact, people are asking in the chat, there is still no order sealing the appellate case. What they did file yesterday, because this is 2 days ago. 2 days ago, they filed a document. What they filed in the appellate court was the trial court sealing order from September 30th of 2020. What they did not
say?
What?
What does the sealing order say?
It just says that these are sealed, and of course, as to the parties, they're sealed, right? So the parties are restrained from disclosing any information regarding the case, but the court can't restrain anybody else from disclosing information.
I don't think so. I mean,
I don't know how they could.
I had actually asked one of my attorneys to look into that. Unfortunately, I meant to tell you we had one of those days where an emergency came up and I had to pull her off of it. But I mean, just as a matter of basic logic, right? The court order directs the parties don't do it.
Because a court order can't direct that they don't have the jurisdiction in a Texas family law court to direct anybody particularly outside of that county. but
well,
specifically,
no,
like outside of the state, is almost unquestionable.
in this particular context. Yeah.
So here's the best part. Here's the best part. So they filed the one of the things they tried to do was file the sealing order from the trial court in the appeals court to prove that the appeals court case was sealed. What they didn't do was petition the appeals court to seal the case. So the sealing order is available on the Texas Fifth Court of Appeals right now. So are all the other documents still available because they didn't seal the appeals court case.
And if the documents are available and you obtain them through normal, well, again, this is what basically the lawyer has been allowed to do whatever the hell she wants to, apparently, based on your story of the case, and again, that's why you need that's why you need a lawyer, right? One of the key things about our legal system, and I'm sure Nick has explained this 1,000 times, but it bears repeating, we have an adversarial system. So what that means is if one side does something and the other side doesn't properly respond, the first side wins. End of story. Even if what they did is not allowed. The mechanisms to enforce things for you are minimal. It's your responsibility to call the court's attention to the wrongful or illegal or unlawful or whatever behavior. And so when you go into a courtroom unrepresented, you're opening the door for an unscrupulous lawyer and judge to just have their way with you.
Well, and that's part of the mandamus is that at the May hearing, the judge, so the guy's pro se, the judge allows him to enter arguments, but doesn't allow him to offer testimony about the.
That's weird too. That's weird too because judges generally are actually very accommodating for pro se parties.
And in the July hearing, he is accommodating to the pro se client. He lets him spin this narrative tale that takes dozens of pages of transcript to get through. And at one point, the other lawyer's like, Judge, are you going to, I'm okay, I guess, if he wants to do this, but this doesn't really seem relevant. And the judge is like, he's pro se, I'm going to let him do it. But at the May hearing, he didn't. And at the May hearing, they had testimony from the mom and her experts on the best interest of the child, but they didn't allow testimony from the dad. Which, by the way, I don't think that's a nefarious thing by the judge. I think the judge screwed up in the May hearing. And
well, I've been in I had a hearing one time where a judge was actually going to let the other side testify and not let me cross-examine.
Yeah.
And that's one of the times I was pretty sure I was going to get cited for contempt. Well, and the judge, he got pissy with me, and I said, Your Honor, you're not allowed to do this. And I kind of stared at him, and he stared at me for a second, and he backed down, which he should have, because he was wrong. But sometimes these judges will just get in their head they're going to do it their way, because the tragedy of the system is this: if a judge is wrong, they know that they can make a wrong call, and it may be years before that party gets any kind of remedy.
Well, and even if the party gets a remedy, it's not going to affect the judge.
No, it's not. And not only that, the judge is going to get every benefit of the doubt at the Court of Appeals.
Yep. When I was in law school, we had a federal appellate court or a federal district court judge come in, and he was talking about how during his first couple years of his lifetime appointment to the district court, he had a mentor judge, and when he would screw up in a case, and he'd screw up, he'd send a message to that judge and he'd say, I've got a problem. And that judge would respond and he'd say, is it impeachable? And he'd say, well, no. And then he says, then you have nothing to worry about. It'll be sorted out by the appeals court.
Yes. Yeah, I believe it was Thomas Sowell, I'm probably paraphrasing, it said, I can't imagine a worse system than one in which people are completely absolved of any responsibility for their actions.
Yeah. Yeah. And that is the problem with judges in America.
I can't overstate how opposed I am to lifetime judicial appointments. In fact, I'm opposed to appointed judiciaries in period, because at least if you vote them in, you can vote them out.
The thing with that I'll add to that And I made a tweet about this yesterday. It was quite a popular tweet, actually.
Hey,
Good job, me.
guess
It
I'll
was
look at Twitter again.
it was brilliant. It says judges are becoming, and it was in reference to the Sophie Long case. Judges are becoming increasingly uncomfortable with public exposure or public. Let me get the tweet. I got to make sure I say the right brilliant thing that I said. Here we go. Courts are increasingly uncomfortable with their proceedings being public. This is exactly why they must be.
Mm-hmm.
That's the end of it. So I'm with you. No more lifetime appointments to judges.
Look, that black robe does not somehow turn you into Solomon. Okay. Like I said, the sole qualification for a judge in Texas is to convince enough people to vote for you. You don't have to be a licensed attorney.
Right.
And
if I were Matthew McConaughey, I would be a judge in a heartbeat. How fun would that be?
Well, how fun would it be to be Matthew McConaughey, period?
Right, but now listen.
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't waste my time being a judge if I were Matthew McConaughey.
But no, it'd be fun though. You're like, all right. Court's now in session. Listen, we're gonna hear a couple cases today. We're gonna go ahead and get through some good stuff, and then I'm gonna get y'all out of here by lunch. Wouldn't that be that would be
pretty fun.
That would be the gig, man.
Well,
he's a professor now. So I'd rather be a judge than a professor at UT.
I may have shared this with you. I had clients approach me. Gosh, it's been 10 years ago now. Wanting to know if I wanted to run for judge. I mean, they were serious.
All rise.
I said, not a chance on this earth would I be a judge.
Right.
And they couldn't understand it. I said, okay, first of all, spend all day long listening to lawyers whine and posture. I would saw my own leg off the first week. And the second thing was, I didn't want to sound arrogant. I said, I don't want to take the pay cut. And I actually like what I do.
Yeah.
So being a judge is not for everybody. And I think like anything, there are a certain number of people who have become judges that really should never be a judge. I think probably net I'd probably be a pretty good judge because I'd maintain control of my courtroom.
I'd be the best judge because we'd never have court before like 10:30 a.m.
No, and I would communicate to the parties real strongly my desire for them to work this stuff out. Because parties are going to be happier with the settlement they agree to than anything I impose. And the way you do that is you just be smart and say, look, I'm very likely to rule in such a way that each of your clients are going to hate your guts. So, just word to the wise, counsel. But,
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Peter Spinney says it's only a pay cut if you're not corrupt, that's good. I like that.
Well played.
That's true.
Well said. That's true.
Well done. Okay, let me address a couple things. So people are asking me if the lawyer Laura Elkind is potentially the one who doxed Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings. I don't know. However, I find it extremely suspect that Kiwi Farms Ken Jennings was going to do a stream on this, and then he receives a cease and desist. He does a stream, although he complies with the cease and desist. His docs comes out the next day. Now, the reason why it's suspicious is because he had a long time ago requested documents in this case. So his phone number and his address and a name that he provided to the court were on file in the case. However, that case has been sealed. So that means that only a limited number of parties would still have access to it. Yeah. Now, people are claiming that prior to the sealing of the case, someone had published the names and addresses or whatever of all of the people who had requested documents. However, I still find the timing very, very suspect. But I don't know if she did. I mean,
you're asking, is it possible? Of course it's possible.
I'd say it's not only possible. I think it's likely that she's.
I'd say it's probable. I mean,
So
it would be an amazing coincidence. I think probably the follow-up question is can you do anything about that? No, I
the
mean, the attorney's got the same First Amendment rights as anybody else. I mean, they can call and
the thing that
claim.
the thing that Ken Jennings and Spectre can do about it is, I read you that cease and desist. I would argue that there are 3 ethical violations in that cease and desist. One of them is they know that court order, or that petition for mandamus, or they should know, is not under seal because they never filed anything to put it under seal.
Yeah, and you've got a duty of candor. I mean,
yep. And to then the other, I don't remember the second one, frankly, but there's a second one in there. Trust me. The third one, and you can go back to my other videos and find out the second one. I just don't want to think about it right now. The third one is pretty obvious. And I mentioned this. She bolds a section with specific legal advice and does not indicate in any place during that email to a layperson that she is not their attorney, that she cannot provide them legal advice, and that they should hire counsel.
That probably is not going to be much of an enforceable thing, just because we do that all the time. Every time you send a debt collection letter to someone, or, Mr. So-and-so, I read this contract, Texas law says this. There may be a technical requirement. That particular one, I think, might be the weakest. But if she misstated the law to a layperson,
that's what I think. I think in conjunction with the misstatement of the law, with the open and obvious misstatement of this is under seal, except it isn't, though.
Yeah, I mean, if you send a letter to a layperson and lied in an attempt to intimidate them, that's something, I mean, as I said, I qualified this with if.
Spectre actually called her out on it in an email, and she ended up saying, "Give me a break. Are you going to dox the private information of a child?" Basically, and Spectre said, "No, actually."
It seems like a particularly weak and passive aggressive response.
Yeah, but but she basically, and then she found out, quote unquote, that the sealing order had not been filed. And then they filed right after that the sealing order. But again, they did not ask the appeals court to seal the file. So it's still unsealed. It is still to this day unsealed. You can go right now.
And this got Mr. Jennings in trouble, didn't it? With
Mr. Jennings got fired by his actual employer because some separate people, not the lawyer, but some separate people whom I believe may have been acting possibly under the lawyer's direction, but that's just me. They contacted his workplace and flat out lied about him. They lied about what he said.
I think I know what I'd do, and it's probably the same thing you'd do.
Yeah.
The thing about all this kind of stuff is you can't get too, if you start obsessing over who could get hurt in the collateral damage, you'll wind up being rolled by people. I know exactly what I would do, and it does not take a genius to figure out that the State Bar of Texas has a website and stuff.
Yeah, and there are 2 people involved in this that have potential complaints against that.
Well, I mean, the State Bar of Texas has its rules of ethics, and it exists to give people a forum to complain about lawyer misconduct. If you think an attorney has committed lawyer misconduct and you're sufficiently motivated,
And the trick with it is, of course, you never know how the State Bar of Texas is going to react to that.
Yeah, but I can tell you right now, nobody likes to get scrutiny from the State Bar. It's
Texas actually investigates every single claim.
Yeah, no matter what. And even meritless claims can cost you a whole lot of time and energy.
My favorite thing about this, though, is, look, I broadcast in advance during a stream when all these Karens were watching, and they are, Ty, you should see these women there.
I'm going to have to now go watch the show.
but I broadcast in advance that I would be covering this case because I wanted the lawyer to send me a message so I could send one back.
Well, we already know. I told an attorney a couple of years ago that she did not want to bleep with you.
Yeah,
My exact words were, as a colleague, can I offer you one piece of advice? Don't bleep with him
because
because
all
he absolutely cannot be intimidated. And I promise you, he's going to find an angle to make you regret trying. And gosh darn, if that wasn't exactly what happened,
all I
here I am,
wanted.
you know, and he's going to laugh every moment while he does this to you.
Yeah, and
He's not nice like I am.
all I wanted was the opportunity to send an email back. That's all I wanted in this whole like,
And what an
please,
unfair universe it is
dear
when you don't
God,
get them.
I don't ask you for
So
much.
they were actually.
You've blessed my life immensely, but please, if you have a minute, make this dumb lawyer in Texas send me a cease and desist. That's all I want. That's all I want this week. Please
It
do
sounds
it.
like in her response, that give me a break type response, that she recognizes she overplayed her hand.
Yeah,
Um, you know, I mean, I think she believes that. Again, yeah, I'm not a big fan of lawyers using their law degree to intimidate people and bully
me
people.
either.
Never have been. It really grates on me.
Because people come up to me, have come up to me through the years, and they're like, "Hey, can you help me send a cease and desist? Can you help me Can you help me threaten or intimidate this person?" And I always say the same thing. I say, try and resolve it on your own first, because the second you introduce a lawyer into this
You've
environment,
escalated this into
right,
a.
they your normal options for dealing with this, usually it's a company or whatever, and they're like, I want to show them that I've got a lawyer, and I'm like, look, I actually don't recommend that. I'll send the letter, I'll take your money, I'll send the letter. My recommendation to you, though, is try and resolve this on your own first, because the moment you say the word lawyer, and the moment my letterhead shows up in their office or on their email, they go, uh-oh, and then their lawyer gets involved, and then it's a mess.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is I'm sure you run into this. I run it. We run into this all the time. Is somebody will say, "Well, they're not going to be able to get a lawyer." Stop right there. The law schools have been graduating many more
Infinite.
lawyers than the economy needs for the last 30 years. There are lawyers out there who have literally nothing else to do that day except go dig weeds out of their wife's garden. They'll
Take $500 to send a cease and desist or a response.
respond. Absolutely, absolutely. So right out of the chute, I tell a client, no, we will not proceed on the assumption that they can't get a lawyer. Now, so one of the things that I do, I just did this in a letter recently that I sent. One thing that I'll do is if the other side is misbehaving and they're not, and this is the early stage, I'm sending the initial letter. They don't have a lawyer yet. I put in the letter I send to them everything relevant to the case and mention it in the letter so that if they take my letter to a lawyer, the lawyer goes, okay, because a whole lot of these fights happen when one or both parties aren't completely candid with their attorney. They don't tell the lawyer everything.
Right.
And it's like Dr. Cox said on Scrubs, everybody lies. Well, I don't know if everybody lies, but everybody leaves out stuff. And so, as a lawyer, advice to other lawyers, young lawyers, is if you send a cease and desist or a demand letter or anything like that, write it assume it's going to go to another attorney and be sure that letter contains all of the facts you would want that attorney to know. Don't send just such a bland generic letter that the other side can go to a lawyer, leave out critical details until the lawyer's already involved. Because it's much like the Uncle Remus tale of the tar baby. Once you get a client, you can't always easily get rid of them. And the fact, well, I didn't think that was important.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've never had that happen to you, have you, Nick?
Oh, gee, no, never.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And the other advice is, guys out there, if you do get a lawyer, for God's sakes, tell them everything.
Tell them literally everything. Tell them every bad thing you've ever done, every sin in your entire life, anything embarrassing. Tell them that you took grapes at the grocery store to taste. Tell them everything, because I tell that to my clients all the time. I'm like, listen,
please tell, just
I need to know every bad thing you've done. I don't care what you did. I am not judging you. I cannot condemn you. Look,
no black robes.
And I say, look, I've defended people worse than you. Trust me. I've defended a worse person than you. So please tell me everything, because
you're sabotaging my ability to represent you by withholding information.
And if you don't tell me, I'm going to learn from them at a hearing, and my jaw is going to hit the ground. So let the jaw hit the ground while you and I are together, rather than you and I being in court. Because if I'm in court and they tell me and I already know, then I can prepare for it. But if you tell me, if I find out from them what you did, then we're screwed.
True. This sounds like a real messy thing. We should have you an answer, on this maybe Monday. Like I said, what happened was we had some emergency things come up and just I had to pull her off of it. But anyway.
No worries.
What a mess. What a mess.
I went ahead and broadcast the document already.
Okay.
So there's some other documents in there, but when I found out that there was actually not a sealing order, that increased my confidence a millionfold. I'm like, well, wait, if there's not actually a sealing order, then I don't need to worry about complying with it in any capacity at all. Because there isn't one to comply with. So all I did was...
They Reddit Silver member, you probably could leave that particular piece of information out when you talk to your lawyer.
No. No.
In the chat.
I see it. No, you tell your lawyer literally everything.
Oh, you think even that information should be shared?
Ty, you're paying this man or woman $400 an hour. You definitely should share everything to make them uncomfortable, just as your tiny amount of revenge against the system.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I wasn't seeing it from the proper side. I get it now.
Spectre, I'm not going to read all of your replies. I already read the replies. Your replies were good. I told you they were good. Why do you need Ty's approval? Get a dad or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
By the way,
my daughters have a prior claim on me.
By the way, stream, we're at 823 likes. I frankly don't think we're going to get to 1,000 likes this stream, because I think you all are slackers, which I think is embarrassing.
I mean, do I need to go find the cave and wave it around and yell at people?
The cave?
Yeah.
Wave the cave around. Yeah. Okay. So I have a bunch of chats to read through, which we can get to, but I feel like we've been just doing chats for a very long time. So the question is, do you have anything that you want particularly to talk about today?
Well, we had kicked around the idea of talking about faith and stuff. I think that's probably needs to be booted to another show.
Look, let me do this right now.
Okay.
Whenever we have a chat, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work. So what I've been teasing and talking about is I'm going to record a series of shows with men that I respect called Manversations. And they will be conversations on how to be a man. And that's it. And they can cover all sorts of topics of manhood from all different walks of life of men. It's not going to be just conservative Christian males or anything like that.
Yeah.
And there's a huge roster of people I have on the docket for this. But there's no requirement that it's There's no requirement that it's just one show.
I bet we could do it on a regular show, but it would literally have to be the topic.
Right, we'd have to start with it.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the problem is you've been gone for a while. Because look, and this is my fault. I have not invited you on the show because I know you're very busy.
Well,
know
like I
you've got
told you though, it's not an imposition. I enjoy these shows. It's kind of fun.
I know,
actually.
but I also know that you weren't able to make it to Matsuri because you're busy, you got stuff going on. And so at the same
Yeah.
time, like, look, I know it's not an imposition that you have fun, but I never want to impose. And that's my failing. I should want to impose.
Well, the
I should be
ironic
like,
thing
listen, I'm
is
me.
I don't want to impose on you by inviting myself on your show.
Oh, you can do that whenever you want.
Well, but I think you can see how this could go horribly wrong, right? For both.
No, just come on literally every day. I don't
Okay.
care.
I'll just say, hey Nick, I'm available. All right.
I'll talk to you all day, every day.
can-
I've no problem with this in my life at all.
Then I'll make it my responsibility to schedule the next one. How's that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
How dare you have failed
Well,
the chat so?
It's just one of those things. That's been something that's been on my mind lately.
Ty,
matters of faith and stuff. So
can you do one thing for me in the chat?
yes.
I need you. You already agreed. Now you have to do it. Whatever I come up with. You
Well,
have to say.
I could do it. I didn't have to say I would.
You have to say, listen, the globalist agenda is taking over America. And we're going to need to fight back against the globalists no matter how many of the Zionists come after us. I need you to say, you can leave out the Zionist part.
Okay, there you Okay. Listen,
I need your best. No, I
well,
need
no,
your
I'm trying.
best.
No,
Alex
I know.
Jones.
I'm trying to get the sentence down before I deliver it. Listen, the globalist.
The globalist
Just tell
agenda
me
is
what I
taking
need to
over
say.
America. Just say that.
Listen, the global agenda is trying to take over America.
That's good. I like it. Nailed it.
Like it?
Perfect.
Now, please don't tell me that's going to turn up on another so and so sings the classics.
No.
You should probably. Well, someone should mention that I was sampled on those songs. I didn't actually participate.
You know
Although
what?
I probably would have.
They left
I've been
out.
asked.
They left out "Take on Me." Take on me.
Oh, that is a crime.
Me on.
That's a crime.
Me on.
Okay. I wonder if other people find that stuff as hilarious as we do.
Who cares?
That's true.
Ty, this is what I've learned about the internet. You never try to find out if someone else finds something funny. Just look, if you find something funny and you're an audience of one, this is my advice to creators out there.
That's right. Yeah.
If you find something funny and you're an audience of one, it's good enough for you to do it. If you're like, oh, well, other people find this funny, it won't be funny.
I can only imagine 2.5, 3 years ago if someone had said, kid Nick Ricchetti, you went to, oh yeah, he's a good kid. He went to law school. He's a good guy. Talk to him every now and then. Yeah, he's going to have a show on the internet where from 11 to 2 a.m. he's going to read legal pleadings to people. I go, is he now?
Well, he should fire himself.
And he's going to actually make a decent decent amount of money and stuff at it, and people are going to enjoy it. He's going to have thousands of people watching him. I'd be going, really? I just never, So
yeah.
Any advice you give on that kind of stuff, I listen because
The trick is people try to force funny. They're like, oh, okay, well, so and so. Will these people find this funny? No, they're not going to find it funny if you're asking the question. Do you find it funny? If you find it funny, make the thing, and then maybe other people will, maybe other people won't, but it won't matter at the end of the day because you enjoyed it, and that's the trick.
I think probably putting words in your mouth, maybe your philosophy is not unlike my game design philosophy, which was always, I designed games I want to play. Fistful of Toes, for example, was a game I wanted to play. And just so happened a whole bunch of other people wanted to play that kind of game too. And what I'm hearing you say is, look, do the kind of show you'd like to watch.
Yeah, because here's the thing. There's a whole bunch of other people like you. No matter who you are. Like, the internet has made anything have an audience. Anything has an audience bigger than you'd imagine. And it's simply a matter of, You do the thing you like to do, because if you do something else, it's soulless. You hate it. You don't enjoy it. You do the thing like you like to do. At least you enjoy it. Eventually, maybe you'll get lucky and those people will find it. That's the trick.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, 3 years ago, someone said, you'll actually enjoy going on YouTube and talking with this guy for 3 hours or 4 hours or sometimes 5 hours. I'd go at 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
So I didn't really see my future developing that way. But turned out I really didn't. I mean, so that's the thing. I mean, this stuff is it's really cool. I mean, I'm grateful that grateful might be too strong of a word, but between you and the Frog God guys, at least y'all have dragged me out of the nerd closet, and so now
I can't wait to meet the Frog God guys, man. I need to go to like a convention or something where all of them are there.
We need to go to CHAIR-KUN. Your uncle is going.
Wait, what?
Yeah, John's going. I'm trying to get a hold of Paul because the tickets go on sale tomorrow. I was going to see if, yeah.
When? For next year?
Yeah, March of next year. Yeah, we were.
I want to go to Gary. I was supposed to go to CHAIR-KUN 2020.
John and I were supposed to go in 2020 as well, and we just, so yeah.
I'm in.
Okay. All right. Heck, we might even play a game or something. That's possible.
We should. And I've learned. So I did this at Matsuri because I hate doing this. I'm not good at it. But I just turned on my phone and I live streamed walking around the anime convention.
Yeah.
And it was awesome. Like people showed up immediately. Like the chat was going crazy. They liked it. So now I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I want to go to these other, I want to try this at other cons and see if people, want to see what other cons are.
I don't know if I would do the elaborate thing that Tug did with the device holding the camera.
No, that's too much. I literally, I was just walking around like this, like, look at me.
I did see some of that.
Look at me. I'm an idiot. Here I am. Yeah. This is terrible.
Brianna streamed her Twitch, which she streamed from North Texas RPG Con, and we just sat and talked for a few minutes. It was, that's kind of stuff's fun, but yeah, okay.
CHAIR-KUN, by the way, is Gary Gygax. It's the Dungeons and Dragons convention. But let me just say, while we're talking about this, I'm gonna do super chats and wrap up the show soon, but because I know it's already late. But listen, Ty, have you seen what D&D is putting out right now?
No. What is D&D putting out right now?
Let me read you this real quick. This'll take just a second.
Yeah.
Strixhaven. Let's see. How do I
While he's doing that, yes, I'm very definitely the old school Renaissance guy.
Let me find the post, because it had the article that we need.
This is going to make me want to throw up, isn't it?
No.
No?
Not at all.
Okay.
Polygon tweeted, D&D's Strixhaven campaign has mechanics for, quote, what a hot mess college life can be.
Dude, what? A role-playing game of college?
Strixhaven is the mage's college where you go, or the wizard's college, I guess. But so now they've literally created a role-playing game about being in post-secondary education within the realm of D&D.
I suppose.
No, Ty, you don't suppose. You know it's shit. You know it's bad.
Oh, no. Okay, good. I thought you were liking on it.
No,
that's the stupidest.
God.
Well, okay. I don't want to give into hyperbole and say it's the stupidest product I've ever heard of. It is. But it's got to be in the 95th percentile, I would think.
Have you ever run a campaign of any game ever, and you're like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to spend some time in college, and you're going to navigate your collegiate relationships.
Oh God, no. Now there was a role playing game. I never ran it and never would, but it seemed like it might actually have some vague amount of entertainment. It was called East Texas University, interestingly enough, and it was a horror game where you played college students facing down the nameless horrors, I think, of the Cthulhu universe and all that. But see, those are gimmicks, right? I mean, but that's not even an interesting gimmick. Okay, so we're gonna be serious, Harry Potter.
Yeah.
How are you gonna outdo Harry Potter? I mean, that's your first problem.
Quote from the creators. As we reflected on our own experience as university students, we looked at not only how much excitement there can be, but what a hot mess college life can be. Principal designer Jeremy Crawford said during a press conference Monday, quote, the relationships you can build can become really dear and affectionate, but they can also go the other direction, and you can end up with a frenemy who might end up causing you trouble.
Oh God.
This is based on the Magic the Gathering. So this is a crossover book with Magic the Gathering, based on Strixhaven School of Mages. Quote,
Well,
it's not so much a university to learn how to be a caster as it is a university to learn about magic and the application of magic and the existence of magic in the world, senior designer Amanda Heyman said. Quote, depending on how well you do on your exams, which mostly consist of skill checks and a lot of flavor, you'll get bonuses going forward in the story. Fucking kill me. Why would anybody think this is fun?
So, would you like to know an alternate thing? Brianna's Twitch people want me to run another role playing game, and by the way, I'll invite you to this. Oh, this is actually pretty funny now that I think about it. So, I'm going to run Swords and Wizardry, which is Frog God Games' old school role playing game. Just the new set just came out, but I'm going to adapt it for Dune. I swear to God, this wasn't planned. It just worked out that way. Now, what sounds more interesting? That crap that you just said, or hey, we're going to play in the coolest sci-fi universe in the world and have sword fights and shoot people and yeah.
Literally anything sounds better than going to college in role playing.
And again, this is just me talking. It seems to me that the problem D&D has got is they now have embraced wokeness, and they can never do any good adventures again because they're in perpetual fear of offending someone.
Orcs.
About something. Yeah, the whole... Nick, I never really associated orcs with black people.
Weird, you didn't? Like I thought you were a racist.
Yeah.
Now I know that you are.
Yeah, I'm still trying to connect the dots on all that. It's like, what now? But no, that may actually be their problem. Is if you think about how would you design an interesting adventure with the requirement that it is not possible to offend anyone?
It's impossible.
I agree.
You can't do it.
I think we're about to see basically the self-inflicted suicide of Dungeons and Dragons, because in embracing all that woke bullshit, you can't get there from here.
No.
I mean,
nope. You can't.
Not when they literally said that the race of monstrous bad guys are analogous to African Americans.
Yeah.
They literally said that. And so it's like, what the hell? I mean, so yeah, I think this is the beginning of the end. I hope it is.
Well, they're going to, hopefully at some point, they're going to have a realization of.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as you know, is the designer of one of the favored groups, like,
they're probably white women. Let's be honest.
Well, all liberals are white women, even the males. We know that. But that's what I mean. What I'm saying is this a situation where the designers were basically allowed to do whatever they want because they are of the favored gender, or
no, they're not of the favored gender
or sexual preference?
They're not the favored race, though. These are going to be white women. Because look, these companies are woke, but they're not that woke. They hire women, but they hire white women. Because at
Right.
the end of the day, you have to remember that these people are the racists.
Yes, they are.
They are. And that's they're like, well, we don't want a bunch of orc women writing our stories.
Ryan 79. Yeah, that makes
It's
actual.
I'm literally like I
No.
joke, but I'm not joking.
Well, no, I mean, because they project. I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to know what they actually believe, just look at what they rail against. So Ryan 79 in the chat said, "Can we have a Karen D&D type game?" I think. Don't you think that's sort of what Nick is describing, or this press release is describing? Yeah.
See, I think a Karen D&D game though, like if you wanted to design a D&D setting with Karens, what you do is you get either some vampires or some hags or some succubi or something like that. You get some sort of high magic or high charm coven going that takes over a town. And so like your players enter the tavern and they're not going to get served because of their toxic masculinity, right? The fact that they come in, they maybe have blood on their armor, they maybe stink a little bit from a day's worth of work, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, in our town we don't do that." And it's like a bartender, right? It's like a burly guy who's brewing beer in the background, but he's under the control of this coven. Like, I think that's how you do a Karen campaign. I think that could be really funny. Like this group of characters.
Anyone that would actually run a game like that has no sense of humor.
No,
So,
no, but I think you could do it with a sense of humor. Like, I think
well, yeah, cool.
you could
make fun
actually
of it.
do it as a parody, and you could say this is a group of women. Like maybe they're literally just women who weren't able to do anything in the society, but they got together and formed a witches coven and started putting hexes and charms on everybody in town
And
to get them
forcing
to get their way.
behave
Right?
properly.
Yeah, that would be really funny to have to encounter that.
Yeah,
You
it
know?
would be. It would be. But I don't think that's what they're aiming at.
No. I'm saying how you would do
Oh
that.
yeah, I got you. Hey, by the way, this is a quote from my friend Zach, and I actually liked it so much I texted it to myself so I wouldn't forget it. The visibility of losers is too high. Talking about social media and the internet and stuff. Wouldn't you? I mean, is that not a great?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's it. Because
Yeah.
the trick is, so there's some studies on this. Something like 90% of Twitter doesn't follow the 80-20 rule. It's like a 96 rule. 90% of tweets come from something like 6% of Twitter accounts.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw
Yeah.
that.
And,
So
and,
basically, 90% of the tweets come from people as crazy and as stupid as shit.
and the trick about that is Twitter is disproportionately favoring people with a lack of personal success elsewhere. Because you have to have significant amounts of time.
Example, right? Any lawyer that can put that many tweets out has no clients, and doesn't work at a serious law firm, because no law firm would ever let an associate attorney waste that much time on Twitter every day.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the thing.
no, I mean, if you have a life, you can't do that.
T. Greg Duchette, he tweeted out the other day. Someone made fun of him about, like, do you have any clients? And he's like, I spent all day in court. That's why I had time to tweet. And then someone asked me, they're like, when you're in court, how much time do you spend on Twitter? Is it literally zero?
No, most of the time when I'm in court, I'm listening and paying attention and talking to the client and strategizing. I mean, there's usually plenty to do.
Right. You're either representing your client or you're leaving because you have other work to
lying.
do.
I think
that's all you have to do. You represent your client for the time that they're there, and then you go home. Even if you're on a cattle call and you're waiting for your client to be called, you're usually talking with your client about what's going to happen. Listen, you're going to go up there. They're going to ask you these questions. It's going to be very basic. We're going to walk through it. If you have any questions, just look, pause for a second, look to me. I'll go ahead and advise you. We're going to get through this hearing. This is just a basic routine, first or second appearance or whatever it is.
I can't imagine a greater loss of credibility to a client than to be sitting there on your phone and the client says, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm on Twitter." I can't imagine anybody in their right mind saying, "Yeah, that's the guy I want to pay a couple $100 an hour to represent my interests."
Yeah.
It's back at the very beginning when I didn't know anything about these dipshits. When I actually said, heartfelt, "Don't do this. You're utterly ruining your personal credibility if your clients see you act this way." But then, I realized they don't have any clients.
Yeah, I cannot imagine. Look,
No,
I've spent plenty of extra time in court waiting for a judge to call our case or whatever it is. You're scheduled for an 8 a.m. hearing. Great. You show up at 8 a.m. The hearing doesn't happen until 10:30. Fine.
I think I have maybe made a couple of social media. I remember one time I was sitting in a courtroom and we were fully prepared and just literally killing time. And I posted, I think it was on Facebook, and it was linked to the Otis Redding song "Sitting on the Dock of the Bay."
Yeah.
But I mean, that's it. I didn't continuously post all day long.
I can't imagine it. The one thing and again, I have spent significant amounts of time in court because when you represent criminal clients, your first appearance court is simple. You go, there's a whole list of people, and whatever your client's last name is, that's where you are on the list. If your client's last name starts with an S or a T, you're going to be there for 2 hours just sitting, waiting for every A, B, C to go before you. And so I have never, ever in my life thought, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to post on Twitter. Nope. Never. I'm talking to my client. I'm engaged. They're paying for my time.
To your colleagues, hey man, talking professionally. I mean, he's lying. He's got no clients. What client in a universe where there are way too many lawyers?
No, here's the
Who
reality.
in their right mind would choose that dipshit?
Here's the reality. He has a client and he's sitting there in court. We've all been there. You got one client for the day. You're sitting there in court waiting on the cattle call, waiting for your client to be called. The thing is, he doesn't have multiple clients. And he doesn't respect his client enough to sit there and actually do his fucking job. He's going to sit there on Twitter.
I just can't imagine any rational person looking at that guy and going, "Oh, that's who I want to put." If somebody hires a lawyer, it's important to them because we're just too damn expensive for people who aren't serious. And like I said, there are too many lawyers. You can find a lawyer just about for anything if you look hard enough. I think he's full of shit. I don't think he's got any clients. I don't think Cohen's got any clients. They're a couple of incompetent, stupid, mouthy pricks that like to shoot their mouth off, and that's fine, I guess. Be kind of hard to provide for your family unless you happen to get lucky and inherit a great deal of wealth or something. But and I can't imagine how much I'd despise myself if I was that useless.
Well, look, we know T. Greg didn't do either. He didn't actually provide for his family. He didn't inherit a great deal of wealth.
Apparently, as I recall, didn't he have some?
I don't know about Cohen. I just know that T. Greg's the bankruptcy king, who can't afford his own bankruptcy, and his bills weren't even that substantial.
No, that's well.
James Kuhn says, "Nick, buddy, I know Starship Troopers is a good movie, but if your tactic is to do the Russian, then I need commissars. Ty, friend, as a military buff, wouldn't having some heavy armor against giant bugs help?"
Yeah. Again, Starship Troopers should not be taken as a tactical primer. My favorite was all of them standing in a circle firing automatic weapons at the bug.
Yeah, that was terrible.
In each other's line of fire.
Yep.
The
social link says, "I just ended my divorce proceedings today and managed to save my marriage.
Hey.
Divorce is hell. I could use any prayers y'all could spare that we can work everything out long term. And I wanted to say I appreciate y'all." Look,
good for you.
I met a divorce lawyer a long time ago who partnered with a marriage counselor. And when people would come into to the divorce lawyer, they would say, "You know what I want you to do? I actually want you to talk to this person first. Talk to the marriage counselor before you talk to me, because it's going to cost a whole lot to do this divorce. And I don't know that your marriage can't be saved. So why don't you try and salvage what you've got?" And then if they wouldn't work out with the marriage counselor, or if they didn't want to do it, then the divorce lawyer would take their case. But I always thought that was a nice and ethical gesture. They have a partnership going on. They say,
it's a nice
look,
gesture, but it's not very realistic for the simple reason usually they both lawyer up separately.
Sometimes.
At least down here they do.
Now, to be fair, this person was also a licensed mediator in Minnesota. And so they would get mediation clients of two pro se parties.
That makes, and I've had, I mean, I've handled, I don't do family law, but I've handled divorces where a business was involved, because that's my area of expertise.
Right.
And I've been brought in as a sort of consultant on business things. I just, for a divorce, so last week, I actually valued a business, gave the lawyers my opinion of what the company was worth. I'm not a valuation analyst, but I have represented people that buy and sell companies for 23 years. And I don't just represent them. I actually do the analytics and everything. And so I typed the lawyer said, this analysis answers the question, what is the maximum amount of money Ty Beard would recommend his client pay for this business?
Right.
and that was it. And I went through the way I look at these things. And but anyway, I have handled a number, less than 10, but more than 3 or 4, I suppose, of situations where a client came in and said, usually it's the man, but not always. Me and the one, we're thinking about getting a divorce. And I happen to know them both and like them both, and say, well, if you guys are willing to act like grown-ups, and I mean seriously act like grown-ups, I can handle this for both of you. But if you fall to fighting, I'm out, and you're not getting your money back. And every time we've handled a situation like that, it's actually worked. But it takes an uncommon amount of maturity and so forth. It's not for everybody, but But anyway, for the person in the chat, good for you and good for your spouse. Divorce just sucks.
It's
just
terrible. Sucks. I always, when people come to me about divorce questions or whatever, I always say, can this thing be salvaged?
Yeah.
And a lot of times the person says, what I find shocking is a lot of times the person who comes to me says, I don't know if they want to. And I was like, well, you're here and they don't have a lawyer yet. Maybe they do. Maybe they want to salvage this.
Well,
I don't do divorces. I stray far away from. The only divorces I've done are people who are mutually divorcing, and I don't represent either party. I don't want to.
Well, you're kind of mimicking what I was talking about. We have to represent one or the other, and that's the thing, and what just because of the nature of my practice, I'm almost always representing the husband. And what I say to the wife is, look, I'm required to tell you to go get a lawyer.
Right.
But I'm telling you, me to you, my mother got shafted in her divorce with my father. I am not going to do that. I don't have to do that to make a living. It's not my style, and I'm just not going to do it. Now,
in Minnesota, you can actually represent both parties so long as you're not representing either party.
Right. Yeah, I don't think in Texas we can do that. I think we wind up having to represent one or the other. But what I do is I make it crystal clear to the client I actually represent. I meant that. I'm not going to help you take advantage of her.
Right.
And if you're expecting me to do so, let's.
Yeah, go hire someone else. Else
but I mean, obviously that's never happened. It's always been. A lot of times it's been a relief. I mean, I wound up doing one divorce because I did a prenuptial agreement and did it in a way that was acceptable to the other spouse. And so when they wound up getting a divorce, the other spouse said, "I wonder if Ty could just handle this for both of us." That was a compliment in its way, but yeah, nobody. It's like war, right? I mean, combat. Anybody that's ever been in combat will tell you. I can't explain it to you. You have to have been there. I mean, I can kind of tell you that divorce is sort of the same way. You don't know how much it sucks until you go through it, and it just
Yeah, I don't do them at all. Like I said, the only divorces I've done is where I know both parties, and they have decided mutually to divorce, and they just want some help filing the paperwork.
yeah.
I handle those. I don't represent either one of them. I say, look, if you guys have disagreements, you got to hire independent counsel, and I'm out. But I will help you get the documents prepared mutually. You're going to talk about it with each other. I'm not involved. All I do is make sure the documents are filled out properly, and then I'll help you with that. That's cool. If you want anything else, literally, go hire another lawyer.
Yeah, well,
don't want your case. I don't want to be involved in your divorce.
well, and I don't know how it is in Minnesota, but I know here in Tyler, there's a significant proportion of the family law bar that we are convinced go in and attempt to drag out the fighting to maximize the fees.
Right.
And we know which ones they are, and to me, there's probably, I at least I hope there is a special place in hell for people that do that.
I hope they die. Hey, can you hold down the fort for 5 seconds while I go to the
Yeah, sure.
I'll be right back.
Let's see. Let's look at I'll look at the stream and talk. What about handling estates? Yeah, I'll do that. Baneling, you have to choose Christian or redhead. That seems fair. Just marry your refrigerator. Yeah, okay. Ty, can you do anything in the long case? I don't think so because, unfortunately, I have bills to pay, and I really can't. I can't do any free work. Unfortunately, I'm not independently wealthy. But there's a lawyer out there somewhere. In fact, maybe the guy is getting some legal advice by filing the writ of mandamus. I hope he is. Ty, no, I'm not answering that question. Check out Lamentations of the Flame Princess. Yeah, I've got that game. A little bit kinky, it seems, but it looked interesting. Ty, were you Union or Confederate? I'm an oddball. I'm a Southern boy who is a big fan of the Union. The Confederacy was an abomination, and thank God that it didn't survive. There are any number of reasons why that's true. To me, the most devastating is if the Confederacy had survived, how likely would it have been that the United States would have been able to win World War II? And wouldn't that be a great world to live in, split between Hitler and Stalin? So yeah, now's the time for Dune tangents. No, I want Nick back for that.
Okay, I apologize.
I was just rattling along with the chat here. Ty, where can I see your D&D game? It's on Twitch somewhere. God, what's Brianna's
Unlikely
Twitch?
Beard?
Unlikely Beard, yeah. We ran Christmas with Cthulhu, Call of Cthulhu game, and we're talking about doing a D&D thing later. She tweets out and announces it and stuff, but so that Ty, what is your opinion on the door-to-door vaccine? Ooh, can I answer that question? The vaccine.
You can answer whatever you want.
Well, I think that when someone knocks on your door, the first thing you need to say is, "Excuse me, what's your name? Your full name? Could I see your ID?" And you pull your camera out and you take a picture of their ID. Because I think at some point it's going to become useful to know who the government shills are in your community.
I think that the other thing I think is you can pull a gun and say, Excuse me, leave, please. I'm just kidding. You can't do that. I'm just kidding.
Well, no,
you
I mean,
can
but
actually.
the point is, I am under no obligation to be nice to someone who decided to come to my house and waste my time with impertinent questions they have no right to, or to try to pressure me into doing something the government wants me to do. Ironically, I have been vaccinated, but that was a business decision. You know, I had a diabetic child and I have elderly clients, so I made a business decision that I would do it. If I didn't have those factors in my life, I suspect that my opinion that I would have acted differently. As it was, I got reamed out pretty hard by a lot of my friends, a lot of my friends. But what's interesting about this whole non-vaccination thing is, would you like to know what group is the least likely to be vaccinated? Proportionally,
What's that?
African Americans. For some reason, they don't seem to trust the government on
Weird.
medical issues. Yeah, I mean, gosh, it's not like.
Well, that's the funny thing about
Hispanics aren't far behind either.
One thing that everybody forgets is that Jim Crow laws were laws. Jim Crow didn't exist because of the businesses. Jim Crow existed because of the representatives who passed it into laws and the governors who passed it into laws in those states. And then the government enforced Jim Crow. Like it didn't exist in this weird vacuum. They try to make it out like all of the people were racist.
Well, I don't understand why African Americans don't trust the government. It's not like the government did like medical experiments on black men in the 30s or something. You know.
Well, listen.
It's not like that happened. I mean, what I said to some idiot, about they were being self-righteous about vaccines and shit. And I went, you know what my problem is? While I'm touched and moved by your childlike faith in the government has done nothing but convince everyone who doesn't need a legal guardian that they are incompetent, stupid, and quite likely malicious and dishonest. So if your argument boils down to the government says you should do this, therefore you should, then let's get you into a guardianship as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And because I mean that's the problem, right? Is the government literally has given us no reason whatsoever. The government, the CDC, most of the state governments, they have acted like utter buffoons at best, and at worst, actively malicious, trying to get rid of us. So I don't trust the bastards because they've given me no reason to trust them, and ample reason not to. So I just but where this is going to get interesting, Nick, is the Democrats keep trying to make this a conservative problem. Yet I have a theory. I think one of the reasons why I think many liberals, including the groups I just mentioned, are so in favor of masks is they're not getting vaccinated, and they think that the masks are going to protect them.
Maybe.
We'll see. How'd you like those Texas legislators that went up to D.C. and apparently infected?
Oh, God, that was so funny.
I'm sorry. It would take a heart of stone not to laugh your ass off at that.
That was the funniest shit I've ever seen.
Oh, God.
They go up, they get on a plane, they're all infected. 6 of them, I think, are positive for COVID.
Yeah, and they all claim to have been vaccinated. So let me get this straight. 10% of the people claiming to be vaccinated came down with COVID. Now, either they're lying, or the vaccinations are far less effective than we're being told. I think
we have no idea about the effectiveness of vaccinations. I think we should only listen to the CDC. They are wonderful. They are God to us.
Right. And Fauci is his prophet upon the earth.
Exactly. Thank you for recognizing that.
Look, if you guys watching this show wanting to strike next channel, I don't care if you get vaccinated or not.
It's your choice.
I don't want the government mandating those kinds of things.
Yeah, of
course. For the same reason that liberals don't want the government telling women they can't have abortions, for exactly the same reasons.
No, for better
Okay?
reasons.
Better reasons, but here's the thing.
Because look, if you get vaccinated or not, someone else doesn't die from it.
I understand, but what I'm saying is there is no way you can intellectually consistently support a right to an abortion and then demand that the government force people to get vaccinations. Those two positions are completely diametrically opposed.
Do you see that Mississippi? So Mississippi passed a 15-week gestational age abortion ban earlier. They lost at the district court level, and then the Supreme Court agreed to hear it in May. In their initial petition, they said, you don't need to overturn Roe versus Wade or Planned Parenthood versus Casey. You just need to resolve the issue of whether or not 15 weeks comports with fetal viability, right? On Thursday, that's yesterday if you're counting, Mississippi amended their pleading and said to the Supreme Court, overturn Roe versus Wade, overturn Planned Parenthood versus Casey. They're legally untenable. Beautiful. Nailed it. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Now, the question is, can this... it's unprecedented, I think. Has the court ever withdrawn a granting of cert?
I don't think they can.
I've never heard of that. They can do whatever the hell they want to. Because,
right, but I don't.
No,
I don't
I've never heard of that. That is a pretty sneaky and well conceived stunt.
Because all they have to do is just not do what they ask, right?
Yeah. Well, the problem is that so to the chat, Roe versus Wade is not the law of the land. Hasn't been since the mid '90s when Casey came down. I can always tell when someone. Yeah, well, I was in law school, when it got decided, when the opinion was issued, because in kind of our common law class, we literally had to go, okay, so the abortion thing, that's just changed.
Yep.
Yeah. So when someone's talking about Roe versus Wade, except in the abstract sense, they don't know what they're talking about. And the problem with Casey is Casey says, look, Roe v. Wade had an entirely made up artificial bullshit structure, but it had the virtue of being predictable. It was for no regulation whatsoever in the first trimester. Second trimester regulation was allowable only to protect the health of the mother. Third trimester, you can prohibit abortion. Right? Yep. Clean. Total bullshit, total artificial, no basis whatsoever for it. You read that opinion, it's like they're conducting a seance.
Yep.
Emanations and penumbras, and that correct. So anyway,
literally emanations and penumbras come from that case.
Like I said, I remember saying that in my common law professor, if he wanted the controversial opinion, he always called on me. So I got to do the case recitals for all the really controversial stuff. And I said, this sounds like a seance. This is an embarrassingly bad decision, and it really is. Even look, my common law professor was a liberal, and even he went, what the hell is an emanation, Mr.
Even Ginsburg.
Yeah.
Ginsburg, who's like, I agree with abortion, but Roe versus Wade is garbage.
It was, they just literally made it up. So anyway, Casey comes along and says, no, we're going to throw that whole procedure out. And it looks a whole lot like Casey was originally going to overturn Roe v. Wade. And I think probably one of the conservative justices lost their courage, probably O'Connor.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Casey says, all right, fine. You cannot regulate abortion pre-viability, and post-viability you can.
Yep.
Well, the big problem is viability is a fact question. And as medical technology gets better and better, viability moves further back and back and back. So that's the Mississippi case is saying, look, okay, where is
Yeah, because fetal viability in most states, I mentioned this in my video I did on this today. Fetal viability in most states is set at 24 to 28 weeks. But the reality is we've had babies born at the youngest gestational age baby born just celebrated their first birthday. They were born in Minnesota, 20 weeks, 3 days.
Yeah.
And they're now a baby. And so the question is, where is viability?
Says it's viable. That's not what Casey says. Casey just says viability.
Right.
And
so Mississippi says 15 weeks is viable. then
Are
now
y'all okay with that?
now the question is 15 weeks viable? Is it not? Will 15 weeks be viable in the future? The answer to that question is yes. Of course it will. Technology will continue to improve and eventually it will get there. Is it there now? Do you have a right to an abortion up until then? What's the thing? So now they're saying that these standards, and I agree, Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey, the way they word it is this: the court has created a controversy it can never resolve.
Yep. Well said. And that's exactly right. Courts should never have gotten involved in this issue. This was an example of why federalism is a good idea. We could have had every individual state could have regulated abortion to whatever degree they wanted to. Let's be realistic. If a woman wanted an abortion, she could have just simply gone to a state where she could get it. Okay.
Yeah.
This crap about you were going to deprive women of it. Look, women got abortions all the time before Roe versus Wade. All the time. All that had to happen was a judge in Louisiana. All that had to happen was a local judge would say, yep, it's necessary for her health. That's it. I mean, I'm just saying, the court should have stayed out of this.
Atlas Shrugged brings up a great point, and I think this is worth discussing. Yeah. She says, unfortunately, the cost of 23-week fetus is millions. Yes. And I think that is the trade-off. I think that is an acceptable trade-off, that the state... So the argument in Roe versus Wade that everybody doesn't remember is that the state says, we have an interest in a future citizen and future taxpayer. And if this baby is born, we will get eventually, statistically, a taxpayer. Now, they could die at 4 or 5 years old, of course.
As I recall, they didn't actually flesh that argument out, right? They just simply conceded that the state had some interest. That was probably in the briefing, though.
Yeah. The state's argument is that we're gonna have a citizen who contributes to this state at some point. And that's the whole idea, is that you have a competing interest between the mom's interest in her medical privacy and a state's interest in a future citizen. And at some point, those two things change. Roe versus Wade says those two things change at the end of the second trimester. Planned Parenthood versus Casey says those two things change at the end of fetal viability, or at the beginning of fetal viability.
The difference between the two being one is ascertainable and the other is
right. So to me, the state in taking on these cases, and I'm including Mississippi, who says 15 weeks gestational age, after that, no abortions. To me, at that point, the state is accepting responsibility for the cost of fetal viability. And I'm fine with that. If the state says, look, a fetus that they deliver at 18 weeks is almost certainly not going to live currently. Now, they may live in 5 to 10 years. It may be 20 years. Who knows how long it's going to take for medical technology to get better. But if the state is going to try life-preserving efforts on an 18-week baby, the state's going to spend $30,000 to $50,000 at the end of the day. Look, because that baby's going to die. That baby's going to die. Now, the real trouble comes with a baby born at 21 weeks. A baby born at 21 weeks is going to be $1 million to $2 million investment from either the parents or the state. If the state says no abortions at 20 to 21 weeks, then the state has the responsibility to bear the cost of that. But the state is making a gamble at that point, that baby is going to grow up, become a taxpayer, become contributing to society, and that they are more likely to generate that amount of money for the state in the long run. I think that's acceptable.
Well, I mean, yeah, some of the chat are getting kind of off on this. They're okay. The state interest is not necessarily that they're a taxpayer. The state can express the state has to have some interest for the law to be
let me lay this out, because I can lay this out in legal terminology very quickly. The state has a quote unquote important government interest in protecting the life of its citizenry. That is separate from the interest of the taxpayer. The state so like if someone wants to murder you, for example, the state has actually the state has a compelling interest in keeping you alive, in preventing the murder, in punishing would-be murderers via prison. This is how the laws on preventing, for example, gun violence that ends up in you dead are justified. They say, look, the state has an interest in protecting its citizens from dying. That interest changes a little bit when it's quote unquote a potential citizen.
Yeah.
An embryo or a fetus is considered a potential citizen of the state. And so it's not the same potential as someone who is, say, 8 years old, but it is an interest of the state. And that's what was argued in both Planned Parenthood versus Casey and in Roe versus Wade. The state says, we have an interest in protecting this life because we are a state. We are interested in protecting the lives of our potential
And the
citizens.
reason the interest is important is the test. Okay, I think we skipped it. We skipped a beat here.
Yes.
Roe versus Wade, in some form or fashion, was inevitable when the case was decided, I believe about 30 or 40 years earlier, that said no state can deprive married couples of contraception.
Right. Yes.
Well,
it started with contraception laws.
Yeah. Right.
I think it was 20 years earlier, but
yeah, it was a good while past. Okay. Earlier. Okay. The law in question prohibited the sale of condoms to anyone, of contraceptives to anyone. And the court said, okay, the right to procreate is a fundamental right protected by the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, as a matter of basic logic, the right to decide not to procreate is part of that right.
Right.
Now, I happen to disagree with that. I don't think the Constitution protects that at all. It is silent as to that right.
Yes.
But when the court said the right that is a fundamental right, then any law affecting that fundamental right is subject to what we call strict scrutiny, which is it has to be a
compelling government interest.
Compelling and narrowly tailored. The law's got to be, as the least intrusive means, and there's any number of ways to articulate that. But so the state had to say, first of all, it had to be a compelling interest. So they had to make the case that Nick is talking about. That's why the whole argument had to be made. Otherwise, they lose. And that was the thing, right? The kill shot was made when that case was decided, because right then the dissent said something like, "Wait a minute, this means you're not gonna be able to prevent minors from getting contraceptives. You're not gonna be able to, it's gonna." They probably even brought up abortion. And classic thing, the court, ha 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 ha. That's the slippery slope fallacy.
That will never be a problem in our court,
guys. I was talking to my son-in-law about this today. He asked me about the slippery slope fallacy and something. I said, well, the idea that that's a fallacy is bullshit, because I can point over and over and over in the law examples where it just goes, and that's exactly what happened. The next case in that line dealt with single adults. Well, what procreation, marriage, they got the right. Then minors. And Roe versus Wade, following that line of cases, was inevitable. Okay. And that's going to be the problem that anyone trying to overturn Roe v. Wade is going to have. Is they're going to have to force the court to reconsider its original, in my opinion. The minute you say that the right to procreate is a fundamental right, now there is a counter argument that I've only started seeing talked about in the last few years, and that is, what about the due process rights of the fetus?
Right. That's always the question. But the interesting thing about this is, at some point, it's not quite today, but we're getting really damn close. At some point, the most effective means of quote unquote aborting a pregnancy is to remove the baby from the mother, but not kill it. So an abortion now.
Yeah, but you got to understand, though, that is not going to be the result that is desired.
I
Because
know, but they're going to have to reconcile this in the court, right? Because
yeah,
right now, if you want to have an abortion at 25 weeks, the reality is you can deliver that baby.
yeah.
And if the state wants to protect it and the
Well,
state is willing to pay for it, then the state can deliver a 25-week baby, period.
yeah, but that's never going to be a politically palatable solution because these women don't want to have their children floating out there that
But
they
the
have
trick
effectively
with
abandoned.
courts is it's not always politically palatable.
It's true.
What
That's
they deal
true.
with is now, on occasion, they do deal in legal realities. And the legal
Yeah.
reality that if a state now in the beauty of a court doing this versus a legislature is a court can say, look, state, you want to take 26-week babies? You can. You got to pay for them. And
I want to make a point to the chat. I'm not advocating that fundamental right argument that the court articulated. I'm simply saying that that's what they said, and it does cause some very interesting issues. What about when a state wants to tell you you can't have more than one child? Should that be unconstitutional? It gets messy. I mean, this whole all the stuff gets messy. What bothers me about all this is that we're apparently not even allowed to have a conversation,
yeah.
right? Because literally, the other side never gets the pro choice side never gets asked any of the questions they ought to be asked, such as, okay, at what point are we not allowed to kill the baby?
So there's a great line from Star Trek, which is weird. It's from Star Trek Insurrection, not one of the better movies.
Star Trek Insurrection sucks my balls.
It's
have you ever
it's-
heard Red Letter Media's review of Insurrection?
It's better than Nemesis. Okay, but here's
Well,
the thing. So the
Plan 9 is better than go. I'm sorry.
Stop it.
Yeah,
Listen.
stop.
So the admiral that's working with the weird wrinkly face guys, right?
Yeah.
He's justifying to Picard. He's like, it's only 600 people that are being relocated. Picard says, hey, we have a long history of relocations turning out really bad for people. The guy's like, look, it's only 600 people. That's what you need to remember. And Picard says this great line to the guy. This is great. He says, at what number does it become wrong?
Yeah.
And whatever else you think about I just watched it the other day.
Yeah.
And whatever else you think about Insurrection, how bad it is, because it's not a great movie. But that line, fucking nails it. He says, look, at what number is it 600? And this has come across in any number of literature. Is it 1? Is it 1,000? Is it 1,000,000? If it's wrong at 1,000,000, it's wrong at 1.
Right. Well, that's the thing about a moral argument, right? Is that, they'll make a moral assertion and they immediately start trying to turn this into some kind of subjective thing, and that's not how it works. Now, that is a great line. I agree, and that is the line. Every pro-choice person ought to have to answer the question: at what point are we not allowed to kill the child?
Exactly.
Because you know what their answer would actually be if they answered honestly?
No point. That's their honest answer.
Right. When the head pops out, maybe, if you're lucky. This is what partial birth abortions, that's what they are.
And you mean if they're lucky, because many of these people would say you can kill them up until they're 3 years old. When they become a person by being able to talk or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, right. The psychosis. And of course, anybody that's ever had teenagers, is probably thinking of about a 45th trimester abortion. But seriously, I mean, but that's the thing, right? The other side never gets asked that question. They never get confronted with that. Okay, fine. Is there any point at which an abortion shouldn't be allowed? Because they're not asked that question because the far left media in this country knows that the answer would appall almost any reasonable person.
Here's the question. Here's the real question. You're okay with abortion. You're okay with and you can just assume they're okay with afterbirth abortions up until some particular age. Are you okay if the doctor does the abortion with a hammer? Because that exposes the hypocrisy.
Well, yeah. Well, the fact that so much of their ethics is based in aesthetics.
Yes, and this is the same with death penalty aesthetics, right?
Yeah.
Like the reason the firing squad, which in America, the firing squad is literally a sniper putting a bullet through your brainstem. It's one of the most effective and efficient ways to die. One of the
humane.
Humane. But people don't approve of the firing squad because it's messy.
I think
or a
Utah
guillotine
still has the firing squad, though.
I would take a guillotine over a gas chamber or lethal injection 10 times out of 10.
People understand the guillotine was considered a major technological improvement and a much more humane way of if the axeman was going to chop your head off, it usually took more than one swing.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
the guillotine was considered to be like a wonderful invention.
The axeman was a person who had to murder people all the time, and they would often get drunk before performing their duties, and they weren't necessarily in the right state of mind when swinging the axe or the sword.
Well, and so, apparently one of the things was you tipped the axeman so that he'd finish you off quickly. I mean,
but it didn't always work because they were drinking. They're they take the tip and they go to the bar.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this, the Blackadder second series where Edmund gets appointed to be the executioner is hysterical. By the way, Insurrection. Watch the Red Letter Media review of Star Trek Insurrection. It's epic. It's beyond epic. It literally starts out with Star Trek Insurrection sucks my balls. It has cheap styrofoam sets.
I know it's bad, and I don't care. I look First Contact
at a budget equal to that of an episode of Alf.
First Contact is the pinnacle Star Trek movie. It is so freaking good.
It's okay.
You like the old ones because you're old, but that's fine. Look,
that's fair.
I like the old Star Trek movies. I particularly like 4. I know
of the Next Generation movies, I don't think there's any question that First Contact is the best. I mean, it is very definitely the best.
Like I like Generations, but a lot of people dump on it. Look, and Kirk gets done dirty in Generations. He really does. But I like it in concept. It's fun.
Why didn't Picard go back in time? Oh, I don't know, say 2 or 3 days before Soren.
Stop, Ty. We don't have to ask these questions. You know what the best line in any Star Trek movie ever is actually
Here it comes.
It's an undiscovered country, and you know this is right. Okay. Kirk says, "Why does God need a ship?"
Why does God need a starship? Everybody else is going, "Oh my, it's God." And Kirk's going, "Wait a second. Excuse me. Why does God need a starship?"
Everything about that line, you just nailed it, because that's what's important. Everybody else is like, "This is God. This is literally God in front of us. He can manifest."
Well, because Nick, if it were you or me at Shakari with God, you and I both would be going, "Wait a minute, what's God need a starship?"
Exactly, he nailed it.
We would be those heretics that probably would wind up, being executed for heresy.
Even Spock is sold on God. That's how convincing this guy is. Is that even Spock is like, holy hell, we. You know what?
God I think I'm going to have to. I always thought the best line from the movies was "Here it comes." when Khan,
of course you would pick a line from Wrath of Khan. Look, every old Star Wars fan loves, or Star Trek fan loves Wrath of Khan, and that's because it's a great movie.
No, listen, I'm agreeing with you. I think "Why does God need a starship" is a better line. I mean, I've amended my thing. I mean, had you asked me before, because because
why does God?
But he's got this. Excuse me, wait a minute, but And of
Even
course, it's
Bones,
Shatner, you know.
even Bones is convinced. He's like, "What are you doing, Kirk? This is God." It's like, you're
Of course,
Bones. You're an atheist. You hate all of this stuff. You hate all these people.
why does God need a starship?
Kirk nails it. Oh
Yeah,
God,
I
it's
agree with you
beautiful.
on that. I definitely agree. Um,
Okay.
well, anyway, so off on the abortion. Now, I think the thing about all these is the whole abortion debate is a perfect example of why courts ought to stay in their wheelhouse and not try to turn themselves into legislatures,
Yeah.
because that is a complicated divorce. I mean, divorce. Abortion is a complicated issue. Period. And, you know, my take on this was this: I was like, okay, when I was single, of course I was rabidly pro-choice, like any rational single male would be. After I got married, I was still very much pro-choice, and then Brianna was born. And what I've said all along is, I don't know if life begins at conception, but I know it begins a whole lot earlier than most people say it does. My daughters would kick when they heard my voice 5 or 6 weeks in. Okay, I mean, those were lives. They were people at that moment.
To
Uh,
me,
and you know, and a lot, I'll be perfectly willing to have the debate about when life begins if the other side will concede that you shouldn't be able to murder babies as they head down the birth canal.
my whole thing is, I said it this way years ago, and I'll stick with it forever. There's nothing magical about the cervix that imbues life into a baby. I call it the magical cervical curtain. That's because that's what the left, that's what the pro-abortion side, like the hardcore pro-abortionists say, is that at somehow, because it's not based on gestational age, because we have babies born at 22 weeks that are baby, like if a baby born at 22 weeks can come out and you can't smash it with a hammer, then that's a baby. So what difference does the 22-week age baby have outside the womb versus inside the womb? It's simply that it hasn't passed the magical cervical curtain yet. And I don't know what magic the cervix imbues into a fetus to make it into a baby, but that's what the left believes. And the interesting thing about that is, most people don't know this. Roe versus Wade and even Planned Parenthood versus Casey are actually based, from the left perspective, on a Middle Ages idea called ensoulment. Are you familiar with ensoulment?
Vaguely, vaguely.
So in the Middle Ages, when they didn't have ultrasounds or any other technology for detecting the presence of a children, ensoulment, or the quickening, borrowed by Highlander, was
Yeah, I remember in Roe v. Wade there was an extended discussion about the quickening and all.
There's a literal discussion, because it's hard to
Right.
remember that Roe versus Wade, at the time that it was decided, literally no one on the court had ever seen an ultrasound.
Right.
Because they didn't exist. Like the ultrasound technology existed in 1973, but it wasn't readily available to the public. So in Roe versus Wade, they had literally never seen a fetus in the womb.
But it wouldn't have mattered, because I believe they had they
maybe it
you
maybe
can't,
wouldn't have mattered, but the crazy thing to remember is that they hadn't seen it. Like if
right.
you would have waited 5 years for Roe versus Wade, every judge on that panel would have seen a picture of a baby.
I don't think that would have mattered, because if you can bite down on the complete and total bullshit that is the Roe v. Wade decision, do you honestly think an ultrasound's going to make them go, that's a bridge too far now? I don't. I think they were bound and determined to discover that right.
I don't know if that would change their minds, because I can't know. Because I know that they made the decision before it happened.
Right.
And so therefore,
you understand what I'm saying.
But every subsequent decision is based on the idea that Roe versus Wade exists.
Right.
And then the ultrasound comes.
But what I'm saying, Nick, is it's such a ridiculous opinion
I
I
agree.
don't think that the ultrasound would have changed it, because
ultimately I agree with you.
I just think that the court, that they decided they were going to become a legislature. And again, this is a perfect example of the arrogance of courts and judges.
Yeah, and
You know,
ultimately I agree. I think this court was poised to make this decision.
well,
And to be clear, my alma mater is William Mitchell College of Law. Guess who is Chief Justice of the Supreme Court with a degree from William Mitchell College of Law? It is Warren Burger. This is from the Burger Court.
Yeah. Well, again, it's thank you, you assholes, because you bequeathed this country the single most divisive issue since slavery.
Yep.
You fucking assholes.
They nailed it.
Because really, I mean, and you bequeathed us an issue that there really isn't, at the end of the day, much compromise. It's either murder or it's not. And if it's murder, the justifications for allowing an abortion become very, very insignificant.
You know what's interesting? I think I am the only, or no, I'm not the only, but I'm the last. My alma mater is the school to produce the last Chief Justice that did not graduate from Harvard.
Yeah, the Ivy League monopoly of the Supreme Court is very problematic.
But hey, that guy's a piece of shit, though.
Yeah, I know. Well, again, it's the arrogance of the technocrats, right? I mean, and you wear that black robe for a while. I'm pretty sure, you every single day you walk in and lawyers are toadying up to you and laughing at your jokes, pretending that everything is, everything you do and say is the most brilliant. You start believing that bullshit probably most of the time, and by the time you get to the Supreme Court, you're the rock stars of the judicial profession.
Well, what I say about the Supreme Court,
have empowered 9 people whose sole qualification is that they were lawyers. We should never have put them in a position to where they could literally dictate the law.
What I say about the Supreme Court is, regardless of their actual acumen, the 9 justices on the Supreme Court are the best constitutional lawyers in the country, because they decide what the constitutional law is.
Right.
It's like saying God is the best determiner of morality. It's like,
because he defines it.
if God defines pillage, rape, and murder as moral, as some Old Testament stories might actually suggest, and I actually think those Old Testament stories have problems, but either way, if God defines those Old Testament stories as proper, then they are morally correct, whether they contain immoral acts or not.
We had actually done the faith thing, because God said so is, in my mind, a perfectly acceptable answer to why. Why is this? Because God said so. He defines it.
He defines morality. So if you determine that morality is objective outside of God, then you'll find problems with what he says. But if you determine that morality is subject to God's will, because he is creator, like if I'm playing The Sims and I lock a baby in a patch of drywall until the baby dies because I said so, like, that's my choice. Like, you can't question it. The Sims can't question my decision.
A lot of people, I don't know about you, Nick, but I found Christianity for me made a whole lot more sense once I became a parent.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that's sort of the archetypal description of God, right? The Father.
Yeah.
Right. As a father, I understand a whole lot more of that. For one thing, my 2-year-old wants to put their finger in the electrical outlet, and I say, "Don't do that." And the 2-year-old says, "Why not?" I don't have time to get into the molecular theory of electricity with a 2-year-old. I go, "Because I said so. Don't do that." And a lot of the moral rules that we're subject to, I think, fall in that category. The fact that I don't understand why doesn't invalidate them.
Yeah.
But again, that's a long discussion for another day.
We need to have that.
Chats, right?
Let's do this. This is way too long.
Yeah,
Scott,
this has never happened before, has it?
never ever. Scott Siegel says, by the way, guys, I have had 2 1,000 like shots. I didn't think you guys would actually
Did they get there?
They did. We're at 1,133.
Good. I would have considered a personal affront, an embarrassment for me if we'd failed to do that.
I didn't think we would actually get there. These guys blew it out of the water, so thank you for that. Scott Siegel says, first time chatter, thank you for the degenerate entertainment. Your show is keeping me sane while I recover from the virus of mysterious origins. P.S. I had the Johnson & Johnson Fauci ouchie.
Oh, yeah. Wow. So you had the vaccination and still got it. That's disconcerting.
That happens from time to time. Maybe too many times, but it does happen from time to time. Again, consult your healthcare professional. All right, we're going to read.
Do not look to internet lawyers to give you medical
especially ones
advice.
who've been drinking and talking about Roe versus Wade.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jay says, as a psychologist, what aggravates me as much as Ken getting fired is that his regular clients have to suffer. No, shit, this is old. Sorry. I was wrong on the date. Let's see. Is this
I do think that's disgusting, though, to get a guy fired.
Yeah, getting anybody fired. I can't imagine calling up like, I want this person fired.
Once again, that's why I want dueling to be brought back.
Yeah. Timothy Reaper says, why has your boss not fired you for talking about the inappropriate behavior of almost everyone involved in the Sophie case? Because my boss is an asshole. That's why. Mario Carter 13 says, I just signed Miss Piggy up for the draft. Did you see that? The Senate panel just voted to approve draft for women.
Yeah, it's...
Gotta show solidarity with the Kamala Commandos' mission of proving...
The day of large conscript armies is past.
Strong women can bring home the bacon or come back home as bacon. So some days you make the sandwich, some days you become the sandwich. Oh, no! Timothy Reaper says... Wait, we read that one. Mario Carter says, I'm just imagining where pop culture will be about 30 years from now. In Lemon voice, this fourth reboot of He-Man is somehow even worse than the others. He-Man is lame, Grandpa. We're all watching the Fortnite cinematic universe now. Okay. Timothy Reaper says, hey, Ty, did you hear that Frodo and Sam are gay?
In the, presumably, in the Amazon series, or is that just?
I think that's just a troll.
Kind of like Bert and Ernie, I guess. You know?
Bert and Ernie. Listen, Bert's an angry gay. That's true.
Yeah.
Timothy Reaper says, "Hey Ty, can you tell me where to find one of those masks? I need it so I can go to conventions to see con sluts."
Thank you.
Chuck Ross says,
I never doubted y'all. I knew sooner or later.
Chuck Ross says,
Did I tell the stream about texting you the picture of in the hospital?
You can do literally whatever you want.
There was a door that said consult.
Yeah.
And we had riffed on that so much, I'm not joking. I read it as consulate. I was going,
yep.
And so I took a picture of text and said, what does this say to you? Anyway.
Nice. Let's see. Chuck Ross has had to bury my grandfather yesterday. He was the greatest man I ever had the pleasure of knowing. He gave 35 years to the Marine Corps and retired a brigadier general. He was the most generous and kind man. I wish I'd spent more time listening to him. Look, brother.
Let yourself off the hook on that, man.
No one who has lost a parent or a grandparent hasn't wished they'd had just a little more time to listen to them.
It's the universal human condition.
Yeah.
We seem to be wired to think that everybody's going to be around. Today I had to visit the wife of one of my closest friends who died last year, and she's got cancer. You just let yourself off the hook on that one, buddy. And so sorry.
Look, no matter, and the one thing I will say is, no matter how much time you spend, you'll always have wanted more because you value the relationship, the insight, and the character of the man or woman. But in this case, it was your grandfather, so the man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to make a joke of this, but seriously, think about this. Has anyone ever said, "I really love that. I really loved her or him, but I spent enough time with him"?
Yeah. What
said no one? Said no one ever. So let yourself off the hook.
I'll give the gay Ed Sheeran line: "A heart that's broke is a heart that's been loved." And so it's and that's the idea, right? Like, you valued that time. There's no way to get more. And the fact that you hurt and wish for more time is a testament to the quality of the time that you had. That's the trick. So that's the good thing. Wolfgang Teo says, if you want that like so badly, Nick, you better come here and blow me. Love you, lol. Not like that, though. Good follow-up to the sincere chat about the grandfather dying.
Yeah, no kidding. Well played.
Kosher Kool-Aid Man says, oy vey, Nicholas. Tyrone, mine brother, is acting like a Meshuggah, spending his nights with harlots, hiring their services with drugs and false claims of fame, turning his picture on Yahweh. I don't get why when he can blow backs out, showing his bank book. What the fuck are you
That's a lot to unpack.
Bad Dragonite says, Ty, any idea for Fistful of Toes? An idea for Fistful of Toes. We keep it the same except for the mechanics. We take out the racism and set it all in college campuses. There's no racism in it, you say? Well, that just proves more that it's racist.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Well, obviously, the green tanks represent minorities.
Yes.
Oh, God, please don't.
Indians, because India isn't real, just like the green movement.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we can't have...
Xander's Rant says, Ty, have you seen Vic's lightsaber collection?
I have.
Is it big?
I don't recall it being particularly numerous, but it was high quality.
It's significant enough to be embarrassing for him, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you are kind of a tough crowd on that stuff.
When are we going to get Nick 1.0 and 2.0 stream? I don't know what that means. In Gundam, there's a thing called Minovsky particle that messes with long-range wireless communications, makes them have to go close contact to fight. Okay. What is Nick 1.0 and Nick 2.0 streams? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you don't have to have special particles. You can just assume that EMP weapons are ubiquitous, and they can do those now without new. It was actually, when it was in Ocean's 11, it was kind of just a MacGuffin for the plot. They can now generate EMPs without using nukes.
Yeah, neutron bombs have a very small physical explosion nowadays. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the whole trick of them, is they are the EMP. That's the.
Well, yeah, the neutron bombs were designed to kill people and leave the stuff. So, so what you did is you change the characteristic of a nuclear explosion to be much smaller but put out the same amount of radiation. And yeah, I guess the EMP on those would have been substantial too.
Bad Dragonite says, actually, most of the time, if the executioner didn't finish things quickly, they were also put to death. Also, fun fact, in the Ottoman Empire, if you outran the executioner in a foot race, you cut off your crimes scot-free. You better be
if that's actually true about being... I don't see the value proposition of being an executioner. Because, everybody's going to have a bad day.
In the Ottoman Empire, you better be a fast motherfucker. Mario Carter 13 says, Mini Nick is 4 inches tall, so not much of a difference. Red Guy says, up in the Northeast, there's about a 2-week span where it's possible to be 40 degrees and 75% humidity. That is look.
Oh, I bet that sucks.
I have lived in all of the worst weather possible,
wet,
except
cold.
for dry heat. I had to play a soccer tournament. Get this. It was 35 degrees and raining.
Ugh.
Ty, can you imagine? Here's the worst part.
Freezing rain is what we call that down here, and it's just ugh.
When you're on the sidelines waiting to go in or go back in, there's no way to keep warm. It is impossible.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is soccer. You're not.
Right, and this is kids soccer. In adult soccer, you only get 3 subs. In kids soccer, you get as many subs as you want. So, like you're in the game for a while. You play. You come out. You sit on the sideline. Then you go back in. But the problem is, if you sit on the sideline for even 5 minutes, it doesn't matter if you're under an umbrella, because you were out for 20 minutes running around in the rain. So that 5 minutes, you're done. You're absolutely. It was one of the most miserable days of my life. To his credit, not my credit, his credit. My dad was our coach. He would not stand under an umbrella that day. He stood out. He's he said, "You guys can get under an umbrella." He stood there in the rain and took it. He said, "I will not, because when I send you back in, you're going to get your butts back in that stupid game and you're going to run." God, it was awful.
That would suck. Nothing good about that.
That was one of the worst. I mean, that is the most miserable I've ever been in my life. Blaine 20 says, "I'm working outside at night."
Try to referee women's fighting in a taekwondo tournament. Teeth, hair, and eyeballs everywhere.
Women fighting? What? Who's making the better jelly sandwich?
Yeah. You'll pull a nub back. You try to get in the middle of that.
Blaine 20 says, "I'm working outside at night in 92% humidity and 77 degrees Fahrenheit." That's nasty.
That's Texas.
It's not too hot, but God, it sucks. Tradeo says 2 things. 1, daily reminder to all of you that you're worth it. Keep going. The world's cruel, but you're great. 2, nuclear is the only sustainable energy source.
Agree on both points.
A spooky ghost says, "Press F to pay respects to Kevin Smith's nerd cred." Oh, it was always a lie. It was always a lie. Mario Carter 13 says, "A shirtless man with a big sword was too straight." Stephen Cooper. What? Go ahead.
You got to understand the fashion of the 70s rolling into the 80s.
The man's biceps had abs, Ty.
Yeah, I know, but fashion was just different. By the way, my wife and I watched Conan the Barbarian with Arnold, and I just have one thing to say. God, I miss the 80s.
Me too. I'm every day.
No one misses the 90s. No one misses the aughts. Nobody misses the teens or whatever.
No one even misses the 70s.
No, the 70s is getting more respect because we're realizing that it didn't. There actually was good music in the 70s.
The 70s is getting more respect merely by.
But no one misses it.
It's the precursor to the 80s, and today is so bad. But when you look at objectively, in my opinion, the 80s is the single greatest decade America ever had.
Certainly in my lifetime.
It is freaking good.
And in the lifetime, maybe the 50s, the 50s were probably pretty good too. I don't believe all that bullshit about it being so uptight and all that.
Look, people in the chat are saying they miss the 90s too. Look, I miss the 90s also.
Yeah,
I miss the 80s more. So the 80s were here. The 80s is the zenith. The 70s are going up like this, and the 90s are coming down. The 90s are still good, but the 80s
But what I mean
beautiful.
is, like you said, no one who's experienced both the 80s and the 90s is going to say, I prefer the 90s.
No.
Except for contrarians in the chat, of course. But, I mean, really, the 80s were just a great decade. I mean, there were some crappy parts of it. There was a bad recession in 82. But America got its mojo back. We had
Yeah.
actually, as a nation, let ourselves fall in the trap of believing that we were done, that the future was the Soviets and everybody else, and we were just a. And along comes one man, basically, Ronald Reagan, who said, "That's bullshit. Our
Yep.
best days are in front of us." And we went, "Oh, he's right."
He was wrong, though. The best days weren't in front of us. The best days were
Well, they
then
were
in
in
the 80s.
1980. They were in 1980, but yeah.
Here's the thing,
Yeah.
guys. I miss 2004. I miss 2017. Like I miss just a couple years ago, but I miss the 80s a whole lot more.
Yeah. It was just, the movies were glorious. The violence was glorious. Everything was glorious.
We got gratuitousness up at its peak, and it never will ever get back.
No.
So,
You will not.
Okay, Stephen Cooper says the lesbian fruit is spoiled peaches. Stop it. That's disgusting. Alex Ghost says before you punch
Was
Kevin.
that necessary?
It was. Before you punch Kevin Smith, he's already crying. Also, He-Man has a Sailor Moon transformation. That's enough to have him sent to Iran to be thrown off a rooftop. Little Witch, hey, with the Jessica Rabbit avatar, thank you, says Kevin Smith is a wart on the butt of humanity. Ryan says Dune prequels were better. Devil's Advocate says Kevin Smith / Dune writers says get eaten by a sandworm.
Do what now?
He just
Sorry,
says,
I was reeling from the ridiculous assertion that the prequels were better.
He just says Kevin Smith / Dune writers get eaten by a sandworm. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Rolana 1 says She-Man currently at 26% and falling on Rotten Tomatoes. Oh, that's unfortunate. Don't worry, guys.
Sell out, and
they're going to correct it.
They'll rig the
they're going to say, "Oh, this is a review bomb attempt by YouTubers, therefore it's actually at 90%." The John Beck says, "Love Dune. How to power through books to whatever." Books to whatever. The only way to power through anything is to literally power through. There's no advice on powering through.
Yeah.
The knowledge.
Well, I mean, you can pick up the plot by pulling down the cliff notes.
Just.
But I don't know that would make. I don't know that would make reading the novel any easier, though. The plot's not that complicated. It's just a lot going on and a lot of density. It's dense.
The knowledge says, Ty, welcome back. Always great to have you. Yeah, Phoenix is miserable, but Tucson is better. Nick loving the guests lately.
I wouldn't say Phoenix was miserable exactly. It was just freaking hot. And like I said, I kind of swaggered in there with the arrogance of somebody from Texas going, I know it's hot. And walked out of that sunlight and said, holy crap.
Balam's ass says Lynch was basically using Jodorowsky's playbook.
Yeah, I guess.
Zephael says...
It was such an epically missed opportunity, though.
Zephael says Peter Jackson's Lord of the Ring is tripe, untrue to the books. I would say it's okay to the books. Look, there are severe missing elements, Tom Bombadil being number 1 on the list. But other than that...
so much, again, when you're making a movie, you've got a discrete number of minutes, basically.
Let's be honest, though, Ty. Peter Jackson was not limited by a number of minutes. Those movies.
Well, no, but
long.
I mean, but my God, if you actually put everything in a movie that was in those books, you would be looking at a 30 to 40, 50-hour movie where we would all want to kill ourselves.
And if they made the movie today rather than in 2001 or whatever it was, if they made the movie today, I would say put it on a net. Ironically, I know this sounds stupid because of Amazon. Put it on a Netflix, Amazon, HBO, Showtime. Do a special. Make it 13 episodes that are an hour long and really do it. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean I think the new ones are going to be good. That just means I recognize the reality that HBO and Showtime specifically brought to the potential to do a story in 13 hours versus 2.5.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I thought the Peter Jackson movies were, first of all, really good movies. You know,
Yeah, I like them.
were they really good Lord of the Rings adaptations? I think they were. Could they have been
The
done
third
better?
one's a little bit shit with all the endings, but other than that, it's okay.
Yeah, but again, I mean, that's faithful to the novel, right?
Yeah. Yep. The novel has a bunch of shit endings
I mean,
too.
people would have been pissed off if they didn't have that stuff. I remember being appalled that the scouring of the Shire wasn't part of the movie, and then I went, but wait a minute, that would have been another 20 or 30 minutes, and the climax has already occurred, and I mean, that's the thing. Movies are they're a different medium,
The
and
scoring of the Shire wouldn't have fit in a movie format
no,
in the way
no,
that they did it.
no, and
You would
once
have to have a 13, 14-hour series to do that.
and there'd be a whole episode the last episode would be the entire hour would be that whole thing. So
Yeah, and
so,
it's important to remember that the third movie already literally had an hour and 40 minutes dedicated to ending the movie prior to the scoring of the Shire.
which would have been
So
and
you would have had
besides,
an hour and 40 minutes go by.
I really
and
have the single most devastating argument for it being a great movie.
What's that?
I mean, there's two actually. The first, of course, is Liv Tyler.
Solid.
Yeah. And the second is the death of Boromir.
That is
I
a
mean,
good scene. It's good.
let's face it. That's the closest pregnancy is the closest a woman will ever come to knowing how men feel when they see the death of Boromir.
Yeah.
My wife didn't appreciate that joke at all.
The death of Boromir, the loss of Gandalf. I mean, that was a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it's
and
easy to forget how devastating that was, the loss of Gandalf, because he comes back in the second movie and all that. But I mean,
right. But if you're new to the hard thing is, so many people are coming into these movies having read the books, but they're ignoring the fact that most of the people who are watching the movies have not read the books.
Look, I found the death of the loss of Gandalf devastating, and I knew he was going to be back.
Yeah,
it was just a great look. It was a great. These were great movies, and I guarantee you there could have been crappier adaptations. See the animated Lord of the Rings from the '70s, which is just weird. Believe it or not, the Rankin Bass Hobbit was actually a very good adaptation of The Hobbit for a 40-minute low-budget animated film. But anyway.
Yeah, look, what I will say about the Lord of the Rings movies, I was not a fan of the third movie solely because of how they did the ending sequences. I thought they were drawn out. I thought they were too long. I thought there was too much hero music going on for literally over an hour. There's hero music playing, and that just run. But I will say that the third movie, in my opinion, had the best battle scene of any of the Lord of the Rings movies. And that's where I can't remember if it was Merry or Pippin who pledged to Gondor in the end. But he sings for the steward of Gondor during the fall of that city that's right next to it. And where Faramir is, right? Faramir is defending the city against the orcs. And they have that battle that you don't see at all. But it's Pippin. Yeah, Pippin sings that song. It's a melancholy, somber tune, and you don't see the battle, but you know that they failed. And then Faramir is brought back, and that's when the Steward of Gondor is broken and goes crazy. That, to me, and I will maintain this, in all three of the Lord of the Rings movies, I think that was the best battle scene of all, and there's no combat that you see. Osgiliath. Yeah,
I think Jackson is an insanely good filmmaker.
Look, no. I'm not going to do this because I saw the King Kong, Peter Jackson. It's trash.
I didn't think it was trash. It was too realistic and disturbing. There was an uncanny valley problem, and I didn't enjoy the combat scene at the end because it just didn't. It's hard to explain.
Someone said it wasn't the fall of Osgiliath. It was when they sent the failed mission to take it back. The doomed mission. They knew they could not take it back. That's right. Thank you for correcting. Thank you for correcting me on that. But yeah, it's because Faramir protests. He's like, we can't win. And the steward says, you're going to go fight it. And he sends his less favored son because he's lost Boromir. And he sends him to go die at Osgiliath. And the best part is that Faramir does it. He does his duty. And then Gandalf goes and he like shines down the Nazgul. The whole thing is fucking great. And Pippin is the star. He's singing this melancholy shit the whole time. I thought Peter Jackson did a great job right there. It really is great.
So I read it and then I've missed it again. I agree. Rankin Bass did give us the one true Gandalf, the great John Huston, as doing the voice. It was, I agree that Rankin Bass Hobbit was better than the Peter Jackson Hobbit.
Okay.
Because Peter Jackson stretched the Hobbit way beyond.
I liked those movies. To me, though, the Hobbit.
Now, I did like Billy Connolly as Dan.
The Hobbit needs to be a 9-hour movie, and the Lord of the Rings needs to be a 40-hour movie.
Well,
that's how I look at it. So I go the Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, this is pretty good, but I would have really preferred a full-on thing about this. And then I look at the Hobbit, and I'm like, yeah, that's about right. And then when I watch the Hobbit extended, I'm like, you didn't need to extend this. The actual original Hobbit movies were like they took a book and they put it to film, and it was about 9 hours. They pretty much did it.
Well, and maybe we're violently agreeing, because that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
I didn't care for the Hobbit because I thought it was basically dull and boring for the most part. And again, there were gratuitous changes that did not improve the film it in any way.
Someone in The Hobbit said it would have been better as 2 movies. I agree. And the problem is Hollywood was hooked on trilogies at the time and wanted to inject elements of the Silmarillion into The Hobbit, which should not have been. No. I'll agree with you 10 times out of 10. But that being said, I liked The Hobbit just fine as 9 hours of movie. I think they did an okay job.
I just didn't think it was as good a movie as Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings was better.
Yeah,
but I liked The Hobbit okay. That's
I just, it was, I mean, I've never watched The Hobbit again after I saw it in the theater. I've watched Lord of the Rings several times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean.
Okay. Chrsitine Hantzopulos, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you, Christine. Eddie Most 1000 says, all of my alt email accounts were variations of Demosthenes or Locke all through high school. Still one of my favorite series. Wow. Yes. Nailed it, brother. Good for you 3000 says, enjoyed reading Dune, reading the Forever War with its homo life. Or with its homo.
That is a strange. Have you read the Forever War?
No, I don't think so.
What makes it weird is relativistic, the implications of relativistic travel are a thing. And so the soldiers are, living a normal life doing battle, but because they're traveling at relativistic velocities to go fight, when they come back, hundreds of years are passing.
Yeah.
And so there's all these bizarre changes and shit, and they're just kind of all, and it's Haldeman wrote it as kind of a response to Starship Troopers, and he does do a very good job. If you're a Traveler referee, you should read it just to see all the different ways powered armor could go bad. Because you could jack the player character. Oh, you want powered armor? Well, okay. Anyway.
Theta Sigma says it took me 4 times to actually read Dune from beginning to end. I suppose it is good, but it's an acquired taste.
It's
and not one I enjoyed.
It will reward the effort eventually, but make no mistake.
Ascended Not So Handsome Jack says they're afraid of Trump because they know it's scorched earth the next election cycle. They're going to do whatever it takes to win all this bullspit.
Well, the problem they got is the stuff that let them steal the presidency isn't going to let them steal the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
And once we get the House back, most of the crazy shit ends.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah. Once they lose the house, it's fucking over. And
and
that'll be
and
hilarious.
well, and the glorious thing is they've so grotesquely overplayed their hand. It's the thinnest majority in the House in the last, I don't know, 100 years or something. It's the absolute tiniest majority possible in the Senate. And they're acting like they've got a filibuster proof majority. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And this isn't very popular, but I'm going to say this right now. I don't want them to eliminate the filibuster, but if they do, it's going to backfire on them in ways that they are just. I mean, think about this.
Oh, eliminating the filibuster would be the worst decision they ever made.
For them, yeah, because see, the filibuster ensures that you can't roll back big government.
Yep.
And the thing is, if you it's much easier to destroy a government agency than build it. So we get a 51 and a majority. We get control of everything, and we just basically eliminate everything that we don't like.
Yep.
They come in, they try to build it back, but it's going to take longer to build it back than it will for us to destroy it again. So there are other. I mean, I'm not advocating for the elimination of the filibuster, but there is a part of me that would not be too upset if it happened. Just saying.
Pixel Palindrome says, greetings from Western Wisconsin. Have either of you seen Westworld, as in the 1973 movie, not the HBO show? Yul
I saw
Brynner is
Westworld
amazing.
and Future World, the sequel.
I haven't seen
Future World was pretty good too. Yeah, Westworld had Yul Brynner playing a gunfighter.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mario Kart at 13 says, Kamala has the most experience running trains. You better stop. Carson Depp says,
Hey, I can't complain. I call her the used blow up doll. So
oh, God. Carson Depp says the Democrats/elite establishment are trying to kill off the yeoman class, small business owners, tradesmen, small landlords, etc. Yeah, I think so.
they're trying to. It's not going to work though.
Yeah, the whole problem with the yeoman class is it's a group of people who didn't listen to authority, and that's why they're where they are.
Right.
So Phoenix Lord Asterman says, Ty, when will you be joining Nick on Twitch? If you do, recommend Sons of Katie Elder or a few dollars more. Great.
Yeah, those are good ones too.
I think we got to do Fast Times next month.
Yeah, that's a. You got to understand that's an iconic movie for all men of a certain age. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why we got to do it.
Yeah, the swimming pool scene is. Well, like I said, there may be moments where I'm lost in reverence.
Snuggle Struggle says, if Biden really goes forward with his anti-Second Amendment desires, can I file something to protect my town? Maybe declaring the town is also a militia? Probably not. You got to rely on your legislatures to make your state a sanctuary state, or your sheriff.
I think, yeah, the sheriffs are the. Isn't that interesting? The sheriffs are turning out consistently to be a bulwark against a lot of this stuff because they're elected. In most places they're elected, and hell, even here in Tyler, whenever our local county judge went crazy on the mask mandate, our sheriff, who I'm a big fan of, he's a good guy.
The LA County Sheriff said we're not going to enforce it because it's not based on science.
No, and I mean, so guys, the system does work a lot of the time. I think one of the worst things to take out of this last election was the idea that everything's broken and it's all going to fail and blah 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 blah. This was a bizarre coincidence of a number of factors that are highly unlikely to replicate ever again. I mean, just a huge number of wildly improbable events that any one of them doesn't happen, and it's a different result. And one thing about Trump, if he does get reelected, he does learn from his mistakes, and I kind of almost feel sorry for the deep state.
It would be very funny. I hope he does.
Well, the thing is, the president can actually fire every last one of them.
Yep.
And I wouldn't do that. I would simply eliminate 3 layers of management and automatically promote on the basis of some wholly arbitrary criteria like race or gender or whatever. The goal being to seed the maximum amount of chaos and incompetence in all of these agencies.
Nozaku says sheriffs in Louisiana ended the constitutional carry legislation. What are you talking about? In Texas, so many sheriffs came out against constitutional carry. Here's the thing. Sheriffs opposed to state law can't do anything about it. Sheriffs in favor of let me rephrase that. Sheriffs opposed to non-restrictions. Sheriffs opposed to freedom can't restrict freedom outside the bounds of the state. But sheriffs opposed to a state restricting freedom can say, I refuse to enforce your laws. But I refuse to enforce your laws can't apply to laws that permit people to do things. So,
right. I think what Nick is saying is that they're simply advocates when they're opposing a new law coming in at the legislative level. But when they are refusing to implement a restrictive law, they're actually doing something.
Yeah, in LA County, for example, if you're not in the LA city limits and you're not under Los Angeles city police jurisdiction, and someone calls in a mask order, mask call, they say, these people aren't using masks. The LA County Sheriff's goes, we don't care, click.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. So if you're in Texas and they say constitutional carry in Houston, and they say, look, someone is carrying a gun, and the state sheriff says, I don't care, click. If they say someone's carrying a gun and Texas has passed constitutional carry, which they have now, sheriff says, oh my gosh, I'm going to arrest them. And then sheriff looks at the law and says, I can't, though.
Yeah. Also, remember, too, there are a lot of sheriffs in any given state. Okay. I don't know how many parishes there are in Louisiana. But there's also, law enforcement has a certain skepticism about everybody being able to run around with guns. And I can understand that skepticism. I don't agree with it, but I can understand where it might come from. People don't tend to always weigh out the advantages and disadvantages of something. They simply look at how it will affect them personally, and that's how they go. But in general, sheriffs are acting as a bulwark against tyranny. In general,
and sheriffs are our last line of defense. That's the other important part. Next, the knowledge says, Nikki, you should try Audible and listen to books on the go or when doing busy work. As a working grad student, I found it invaluable. They have 40K too. Look, I love Audible and audiobooks. For me, my busy work is recording videos and reading to record videos. My on the go is with a car full of children. I can't do it, unfortunately.
20 years I have had the platinum, or whatever they're calling it now, plan, where you get 24 books a year. I've been doing that since the late 90s.
I think Audible is one of the coolest services on the planet.
Well, I used to.
When I'm older, when my kids start leaving the house, I'll use it more. But unfortunately for me, my if I was just being a lawyer rather than being a YouTube lawyer, I would actually have a ton more time to read or listen to Audible. I just don't.
I listen. I listen to it obsessively. The thing that Audible did that was great was, if you bought books on tape or on CDs, not only was it mechanically unwieldy, so imagine a 40-hour audiobook on cassette tapes, but it was expensive. The cost of the media was half or 2/3 of the cost. When Audible came along, all of a sudden audiobooks dropped by a factor of about 50 to 60% in cost, as well as a much better delivery system, and you could get it instantaneously and yada, yada, yada. So now I'm a huge fan of Audible.
Orias Rofokal says, my job finally restarted. Time to get off that teat. Been fun. Pretended daddy government was paying me to draw my stupid comic for a year piece. I hope you sell your comic, Orias.
I'm not going to criticize anybody for responding to incentives.
Yep. No, the government
You
gives
know,
you that's the thing. The government has already allocated that money and it will be spent whether you take it or not. So take it. Do what you need to do.
At least you were shrewd enough to do something constructive, though. With that free
exactly. No one important says, please tell Ty about Feminist Boy and Squishy. We did Feminist Boy. Squishy the cat's a pile of garbage. We're not going to talk about it.
That's just so horrifying. I can't.
Mr. Armageddon says, my favorite bourbon is Fireball whiskey. Stop it. Roof Korean the Bay says the people.
What about Wild Turkey? That's a good whiskey, isn't it, Nick?
Wild Turkey is an actual bourbon. And it's wild. I like Wild Turkey 101 over ice, frankly.
I didn't say Wild Turkey 101. I said Wild Turkey. I'm talking about the cheap shit. Or Old Charter. How's Old Charter?
Stop it. If you're going to drink Wild Turkey, put it on ice. It's actually pretty good on ice. Roof Korean the Bay says the people should start a list of politicians, feds, bankers, and corporations to issue a attainder via corruption of blood against them and their families. Government cannot, but people can. Fear is a motivator. Yeah, go for it.
By the way, real quick, you did hear about the Tucker Carlson thing of the NSA.
Yeah, I did.
And of course, the NSA issued an indignant non-denial, and now apparently it's come out that in fact they did.
Of course, they're watching Tucker Carlson. Like if they, like no joke. If I'm the NSA, of course I'm monitoring Tucker Carlson because I'm monitoring the people who contact Tucker Carlson. If nothing else, right? Like of course I am. So for them to deny it is nonsensical.
An indignant non-denial was their problem.
Yeah.
And of course, that wasn't why they were doing it, Nick. They were doing it because they're a bunch of damn liberals.
I know why they're doing it, but I'm just providing a logical reason why they definitely
that's the justification
would do it.
They should have offered, is what you're saying, I think. Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah. Mexican Flash says, Black Sabbath's Die Young shows my virus mentality. Life's fantasy to be locked away and still to think you're free, we're free. Kalinka Pavlova says, in New Zealand, since WH Maori place names are pronounced with an F, like Whakapapa. Your kids can effectively swear all the time here, Lamau. Mexican Flash says, Jack
well, you know
Black.
about the town of Fuck, Austria, don't you?
I didn't.
I do know. There is a town actually named that, and they keep trying to change the name because they're spending like $200,000 a year replacing stolen city signs.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mexican.
It's mostly Americans and Brits that are stealing.
Of course it is. That's the best part. Yeah. Mexican Flash says, Jack Black, quote, Biden is punk rock, Razor Fist, quote, Punk died with Johnny Ramone. Checks out. Yep, nailed it.
Touché.
Biden being punk rock is one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. Stan Honeycutt says, if you wanted to
Biden's a creepy senile derelict who's a part-time pedo. I mean,
Stan Honeycutt says, if you wanted to give an out-of-state bourbon lover a bourbon made in Texas as a gift, what would you recommend? Look, TX bourbon is...
About 1836. You had some of that.
That was good. I liked it.
It was
TX bourbon is decent. I think Balcones makes a bourbon out of Texas. Check out Balcones. I know they make good whiskey. I'm pretty sure they make a bourbon. Balcones is good. Kurama Minamino says, Ty, never forget, case save Vic regardless of the outcome. Yeah, I agree. Music and Fiction says, Ty Beard hot tub stream win. # for Boatin. Look, he has to come to Minnesota for that. Ryan English says, would a law preventing firing someone for using pretend pronouns pass constitutional muster? Love to see some religious protection with teeth. Short answer is it didn't in California. They said no.
It wasn't in Texas either. You're an at-will employment state, which means hire you for any damn reason I want to, except for race and a few other things.
I don't think so. But that ultimately, The reason that that's a good thing is because in California, they just struck down the law that required the preferred pronouns.
Right.
They just struck that down.
That's obviously a First Amendment violation.
Yes. So, but
The
as
idea
for a
that
law
anyone had to debate
preventing
that is
firing
absurd.
someone, I don't know. I don't think that's going to work in that will state. Razgers Reborn says, have you seen the article, Dune movie is Star Wars done right? Nope. Haven't seen that.
Well, Star Wars is derivative of a lot of things, not just Dune. In fact, visually, Tatooine looks like Dune because it's a desert planet. I didn't see that many similarities, actually. Young hero, but other than that, not really.
Nick's Hex says, Ty watched Down the Rabbit Hole Battle of May Island on YouTube. Bunch of poorly made British WW1 subs have piled up in the middle of the ocean. True story, remained classified until the late 90s.
Okay. I saw something on the Oculus VR set that they did they took an actual recording of a BBC broadcast from a bomber on a night raid over Berlin.
Yeah.
And they VR'd it. So
Nice.
you're in the plane. The potential for that to get people to understand history is huge.
Yep. Uriah Wright says, my uncle appears in Starship Troopers. Awesome. Tucker Robb says, I wasn't planning to send the mean emails to Nick, but I'm game for that too. Mexican Flash says, the older I get, the more I realize that I'm the same as my parents. For better or worse, I'm glad I can represent them for others. Automata says, look closely and watch Ty's soul leave his body. This is when you were watching that video. Ulash1 says, are we sure the mom's lawyer isn't giving the judge blowies under the desk? No, we're not sure of that.
Nope.
Mario Carter 13 says, empty threats, real calories, 2 tons of trouble. Habita Hubita says, live with niece and SIL to help them, sister-in-law. Niece feels no respect towards man of the house, me, and lives an anti-Christian life, trying to be gracious, but help with advice, please. Just keep doing what you're doing. Look, at some point, she's probably going to run into an issue. On a long enough timeline, she will definitely run into an issue where she needs your help and advice and guidance. And you being who you are as a Christian and a strong man of faith, you're going to be able to give it to her. And at that point, whether she takes it or not, she's going to recognize that you're there. That's all you can do.
The hardest thing for any parent or someone in a surrogate parent thing is dealing with the reality that your ability to control the child is insanely limited.
Yep.
And I don't know that I've ever gotten used to that.
Eldon Baneling says, Nick, do you know who Legal Bites is? Consider inviting her on the show. Might be a fun stream. I know of her. I don't know who she is specifically, but I know kind of who she is. Also, Ty, can you give us a 5-minute Dune tangent? Thanks. Please don't.
We've done that about 100 times.
Yeah.
Already.
I'm trying to end the stream. I have to go to the bathroom again. It's so bad.
Nick's blinking torture. With his eyes. So
Eric D has 4 chats in a row. I'm going to read them all as one. Macho, punch, tough guy, grr, that's so passe. Macho, grab, oh, you're annoyed, that's so toxic. I'm a feminist boy. Watch me be a man who has all the feels. I can laugh, cry, sing, and still keep it real. I know words, not fists, solve arguments.
Why?
I feel bad for macho men who won't wear sparkles. Those old color codes are so patriarchal. Watch me be a baller like Larry Bird. I got game, no need to be as tall as him. Don't need to be a girl to help cook dinner. Watch me be a man who asks for consent. I'm a closet furry. I'm a feminist boy.
Did he? Why?
Because that's all in the song, Ty.
I know. I heard it the first time.
Frosthammer says, Eric D, no, bad. You think about what you did wrong in the corner.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Frankie Ramone, I didn't see this one earlier, says, Heyo, ask Ty's opinion on Gen Con excommunicado Gygax's son and banning him. You know that Gygax Jr. was banned from Gen Con.
Guys, that's a very complicated issue. I'm not personally knowledgeable, but I have very good sources, and I think the problem is that Ernie is taking advice from someone that he probably shouldn't be taking advice from. By all accounts, Ernie is a good guy.
Yep.
I don't know the man. The other guy though that he got hooked up with is I have it on good authority of people that I respect a lot that he's a scumbag. So take that for what it's worth.
Let's see. Yeah. Look, don't there's one of the big problems with the Me Too movement right now is people taking advice from people who are stuck 20 years in the past. Not just the Me Too, but cancel culture in general. And that appears to be what Ernie Gygax is doing. Mario Carter 13 says D&D is adapting the worst isekai arcs now. Yes. David Bowser says I'm reading Dune based off of Ty's recommendation. He lied though because I actually enjoyed the first third and he said it was tough to get through. Look, stop it. Ricada Law Clips says, hey, Racket, set up a Clips channel. So if anyone wants to watch you react to the awful TikTok video, check out Ricada Law Clips. And Ricada Law Clips is an authorized channel by me. I've said, go ahead and do it. It's not me, but it is someone who has my permission.
Wow, you're in industry now.
I mean, I guess.
You've created an ecosystem.
Look, if I've always said a long time ago, if all I ask, if people want to clip stuff out or take portions of my broadcast, please just tell me. This guy did. I fully encourage it. Funny Valentine 2024 says, hey, Ty, playing my first D&D game, 5th edition this Sunday, playing an Aarakocra rogue named America. Going to be kicking some ass and fighting for liberty. Dude, you're an Aarakocra. Look, you can fly. You just turned the entire campaign into easy mode. Ruin your DM's day. Fly everywhere. Fly above combat. Fly above everything. Fly over all the obstacles and walls and everything in your path. You can fly. Fuck their day over. They'll hate you. It's great. They shouldn't have let you play an Aarakocra. That race should not be in D&D. Ty, level 1. Oh, you can just fly at will. Wait, what?
Not in my campaign.
Get those wings clipped. Fuck them over. Alex Ghost says, I'm thinking about getting Orcs Must Die 3. What does that say about me? Racist. By the way, I'm Hispanic and my DNA test says I'm 17% or I mean African. No, you're a racist. Sam Pack says, I love refrigerators.
If you disagree with neurotic, affluent, white liberal women, you're a racist.
Does Ty love refrigerators?
I like them. Okay.
I love refrigerators.
Okay.
Kidda says, Nick, you and
I'm
Tiny.
a fan.
You and Ty need to interview the TSR guys. Looks like they're capitulating to the woke mob coming for them. One of them is saying
the
Wizards
reality
of
is
the
a lot
Coast.
more complicated than that.
One of them is saying Wizards of the Coast is organizing it. I have no doubt in my mind that Wizards of the Coast has a hand in it.
There was, like I said, I think some elements on the TSR side are trying to exploit the fact they pissed off the wokesters cynically, my opinion.
Yeah. Philibooty says, I'm watching the Vic deposition breakdown vids and control yourself. WTF, Ty, did he get a talking to out back for that BS?
Yeah, there were some off take conversations, and because I was dealing with something else, fortunately it didn't turn into me knocking the shit out of him, which was my base desire.
Sam Pack says, balls or no balls on your fooderator. Geode says, I got my 2 shots of Moderna. Can't wait to have kids pass my gene therapy too. Then we started a reality TV show and called it Moderna Family. Beautiful. Shaq Mall says, how does that right affect Brittany and her fruit? Look, Brittany's a whole different mess. We're not going to talk about right now because
actually, the Amazons may be doing we're still doing our video channel. We're accumulating a library, and I think they're going to do a kind of roundtable discussion about the Brittany thing.
That'd be great.
Yeah, yeah.
Eric D says, does D&D College have the spell fetus deletus? Yes, of course it does. Gigian says, long time lurker, first time simp. Welcome to Simpery. Shakoval says post-birth teen abortion is an Onion article. It was an Onion article. It's quickly becoming a reality. Mike Hunt.
Oh,
says,
that was new to me. I mean, that was an original of mine. The Onion problem.
Yeah.
I mean, parallel development.
Awig says this isn't how DMing works, pleb. Players with wings mean goblin with wings get wrecked, scrub. Not necessarily, only if the DM is actually prepared for it. I'm saying ruin your DM's day. Mike Hunt says, my daughter's boyfriend asked me permission to marry his daughter. He was either too weak to marry her without permission or attempting to get me to pay for the wedding. Point is never ask permission. I disagree.
Disagree. Couldn't disagree more.
Yeah, I say ask the dad. I asked my wife's dad,
Yeah.
and I said, well, it was less like permission and more like I am going to marry your daughter. I would love your blessing. But
Well, ask the father.
Yeah,
No father that I can think of is going to go, you're weak. Most of them are going to go, I'll be damned. There's actually some people in your generation that aren't worth killing.
Mike Hunt says he follows up with, if you ask a father's permission to marry, you are weak and do not deserve her. I disagree.
Totally.
Pastor Flash says, my granddad died 10 years ago, was in British Navy in World War II. It's sad he never talked about his experience until he was on his deathbed. So many unanswered questions. The Bruisinator says, I also buried my father today. Really nice ceremony. I thought he'd have liked it a lot. For some reason, though, he kept trying to get out of the coffin. Okay.
Come on now.
Jamie Moodley says, when's the next Big Brain panel? High time. I would love to do another Big Brain panel.
They can't do that to us, can they?
They can. And they did. Shit. I want to do another Big Brain panel, but I can't have Peacock on. I got to find a replacement for him. So
I don't know. Can you have the Big Brain panel without him?
No, I guess I have to try.
What's he got a gig now and he's got a job that
he's got a government job.
Oh.
Got to leave him alone. Like I get it.
No, I agree. It's a business decision.
No one important says, then I'll just say that Ty
get him fired and make him move to Tyler and I'd hire him.
You should watch the stream with Squishy. That was the Wednesday show. It was hilarious how hard Nick was roasting the Karens and them reeing. Oh,
were they like in the stream?
No, they were sniping my stream. So they were watching my stream from their live stream. So what I did was I pulled up their live stream of me, muted it, and I made fun of their chat.
This on YouTube, right?
I'll send you a link.
Okay, please do. I want to watch that.
The Devil's Advocate says that city in Austria renamed Fugging this year. 2D Knight says, Nick, I'd love your opinion of Clontarf. It's an affordable Irish whiskey, $23 per fifth, but smoother than expected. I've never seen it. I'll try and find it. Jonah Callazan says, hey, Nick, have you or Ty ever watched Better Call Saul? I have not. I have the whole season.
I have. Tori, my wife is a big fan, actually. I like this. It's pretty funny. Your Uncle Paul gave me a bobblehead Better Call Saul.
My parents gave me the Blu-rays. I just haven't watched them yet.
Yeah.
Wolfgang Deo says, it is weak to elope with a girl just to avoid the family. You already got the girl, and you cannot handle the tradition of getting the blessing.
Context matters, I guess.
Okay, and then finally, Baronitz says, while the 80s have many things going for them, the music, the movies, I particularly don't miss the impending doom of a nuclear holocaust. While the threat was minimal by then, it was still there. Don't forget that part. Look, we get to ignore that when revisiting the culture of the 80s.
And the crazy thing is we did okay. Well, I mean, we just maybe we'll get blown up tomorrow. Who knows?
Okay, and then finally, Timothy Reaper says, Ty, what is your opinion on the Slanashi followers known as furries? Mine is Exterminatus.
I think Exterminatus
is good.
Yeah, I think I agree.
200 Watt Studio says, holy cow, you guys are going late. And that is the last chat. Guys, thank you for hanging out with us. We need to go to bed. It's way too late.
Good to see you. Good to talk to you guys again. As always, a pleasure.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll say goodbye off the stream. All right, guys, have a good night. You know I can't play the audio for the ending, so I'll just see you later. No Twitch tonight. I'll see you sometime this weekend. Mike Hunt says, if you ask permission to marry and the dad says no, guess what? She's getting married anyway. Suck on that. Yes, Yes, that's true.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. It's a respect thing.
Yep. And I agree. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.